So they said I can't ping no more. And I done sent it out to Facebook and here. I ain't got no other account. Let's rock. Only said I claim is Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah. That's it. Let's rock.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Right. What's that you claiming up?
Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah. Kum Yashabala.
Oh, yes, right.
Uh, yeah. We got 80 up in here thus far. They hungry. Hey, Shalom, brothers. Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah Rakatah. Brothers on the stage, Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Elder. Yabashim Yashabakata.
Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah Rakatah. Kum Yashabala.
Cool, Yashar. Shalom to the other Akims.
All right, where's Chief at? Somebody got to get Chief on this one. He done took a couple-day break. He got to come in on this one. And your elder Terah, man, he done rolled up in the room and fell asleep. He's running rooms now on the Man Up show, man. He's all the way in now, King. It's over.
Yeah, I seen that. I absolutely seen that.
He rolled up in the room around 4 and went to sleep up in the Shalom and Chill room. He's sleeping with us now. God,
I seen him running that room yesterday.
God.
I seen him run that room yesterday and running it pretty well too. Like, oh, you done got the hang.
He got the hang now.
Yeah.
God, it's over for him now, man.
I just gotta share this to the Twitter, and then it's a wrap. We can begin, right? Uh,
Share this to WhatsApp too?
yeah, I threw it in the group chat and the WhatsApps.
Okay, come. Because I would love y'all WhatsApp and them to come. You know,
Yeah,
he ex-script from up there. I don't know if I don't think Mike Allen got what's in there, but that's what's up. They stand side by side, ex-script, ex-blood. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Oh, word up, man. We got everything up in here, HOI, the most high. It's changing that, you know. Yo, this is the true G code, like you say. You know what I mean?
right,
Die for something, die for Yahweh and Yahweh Shah.
right.
Uh,
Freestyle, y'all in the building.
bring them up. Where he at?
And I'm up here. I'm up here. I'm up here, Kings.
Hey, what's good?
Shalom to everybody. Yabashim
Uh,
Yashabakata.
uh,
Hey, Macabre, man.
sir.
It is fire. I don't know where you got it or what you did, but
You want one, King?
I'm saying if you wanna give to your brother, the scripture says it's better to give than to receive. Sure.
Man, you my man's in them. You know what I mean? I got nothing but love for you. I'm gonna go ahead and put in a good word for you. You know what I'm saying? I know a person who know a person. You know?
All right.
Good.
Kwam Yasharala.
Mom, Yashua.
Hey,
All right.
Shalom. Peace. Shalom, y'all.
And so,
Hey, shalom, shalom, everybody on the panel. This is gonna be an interesting one, man. It's gonna be an interesting one. All praises, man. So pack it up, pack it in. Let us begin, man. Right, this your kosher breakfast. How the skillet? Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. To turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're gonna bring it out. Right. If you haven't already, go to the top of your screen and click that little green house. Follow this platform and all the other platforms attached to it. You know, of course, we got HOI to the Chariots Fly. Got the Man Up Show that was holding it down last night. We got the God First Gang versus platforms, Sakari Dagger House, etc., Ram, etc. You know, because we're building a major platform where this word is coming out 24/7, 365, pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi, pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes, to your Hawashai, crack the sky, all praises to the Most High. And today's subject is gang banging black culture? Put it on the gang, right? Gang, gang, gang. Let that flag hang. Nah, I'll put it on your highway, let them fringes swing. You heard? All praises go to the Most High, man. So we're gonna go around and deal with the brothers we got on the stage right now. But you know, I also like to hear from our sisters because a lot of our sisters are a lot of our sisters are gang banging nowadays too, man. You know what I'm saying? So we
Ah,
we gonna talk about it,
Well,
man.
hold on. Salakia, if they're gang banging, they're usually getting gang banged. All right, let's keep it a buck. All the Johns that's claiming GS9, claiming Woo, claiming Whoopty, all that, all them Johns, as they would say in New York, they're a bunch of treaches, man.
He's
Facts.
he's a
100.
trish.
100.
She's a trish, right? That's what they be saying. Oh man, despicable, right? That's another thing gang culture does. It definitely does whore out our women. It definitely
big
whore
time.
out our women, big, big, big time. I know. There's a certain shorty that I went to high school with. She was a beautiful dark skinned shorty. Name was Abigail. A few of her cousins was not bloods, was Crips and folks. Right? She was desperate to be down, and none of her cousins wanted to have her join, and she never really understood why. So she ran across some other set of Crips, and she wanted to join them. Ended up getting gang banged by six niggas. Traumatized her. 2 years later, she turned dyke. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they definitely be doing our sisters dusty.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's like only two ways to go in: jumped in or get sexed in, from what I understand. You know, I don't really know about that culture. You know what I'm saying? It came around when I was leaving the streets. You know what I mean? So we didn't deal with that. You know, it was block wars when I was coming up, hustling crack and stuff. But that gang culture came in heavy.
And really, Jake learned that whole gang culture in prison, man. All that whacking a nigga, all that goes back to the Italians, right? When they would quote unquote whack a nigga, that's when they would they would gang rape men in jail. So all of that culture, all of that wickedness, we got that. Well, not we, because I ain't a part of that, but our people got that from Esau, man. I want to bring out a precept real quick. Um, this is the book of Proverbs, chapter Proverbs 12:26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduces them. So Israel was chosen to be a choice vine, to be a righteous plant unto the Lord, right? But our neighbors, the other nations, right, in this context, these other nations, their wicked ways have seduced us, and we followed after them. So this is everything when it comes to fraternities, Masonry, Black Greek letter organizations, all of that stuff. We got that from Esau, right? Damn, gang banging, being gangsters and thugs. We didn't. That's not our culture. We got that from Esau. Actually, the first mobs in America were Amalekites, so-called people, right? You ever heard of Jimmy Hoffa? All those guys. That's what that goes back to. So our people have learned all these wicked ways from these other nations.
Khan, that's a fact, Ariel. Um, Real quick, just to greet new people on stage. Shalom, Sister RT, Atazawan, uh, Makarov, Gabar, and Ariyah, I believe from WFI. Shalom, Ariyah. Yahweh Shabbat.
Shalom,
Shalom,
Yahweh
King.
Shabbat,
Yabashim
King.
Yahshua.
Shalom.
Yahweh
King
Shabbat.
Shalom. Yabashim Yahshua.
Kind of the ways of the wicked seduceth them, right? Because gangs are really, a variation of organized crime. And yeah, the first organized crime people was technically the tribes of Amalek, also them Italians and Germans and Russians, right? And to this very day, though, like you'll catch them in Brooklyn, man. The Russian mobs and Jewish mobs, you'll catch them in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
To this very day, But yeah,
Shalabar, have you watched Salaki King? Have you watched what's the face? Have you watched Power?
yeah,
So
kind,
on the new series Force, which is Tommy's spinoff, right? In the second episode, he's doing a deal. He's doing a
right,
transaction at a Jewish deli, right?
yeah,
You got these damn Hasidic Jews, so called Zeets, yarmulkes, black and white. You know what I mean? Those Jews, those so called Jews, dealing heroin, man. So they are heavily involved in organized crime. When you watch the show Snowfall, who was Franklin's first plug? Ari. And who was Ari was from Ari is Arya in Yiddish, right? So Ari was a drug smuggler and an arms dealer, all right, uh, from Israel, so called from Israel. So listen, man, Amalek Amalek, again, he's the chief of the nations. And when we look at the scriptures talk about how riches that are gotten by ill gain. Let me get that real quick. It's in the book of it's in
yeah.
the book of Sirach.
Look that up because also, if you ever get a chance, Nicolas Cage plays in a movie, Lord of War, and it shows you that his father converts into Judaism to get sort of connection, like he's Jewish, and those
Mm.
connections came when he converted to Judaism.
I got the
That's
precept.
Sirach 19.
Now I was looking for Sirach 10 and 8, but if you had the precept you were thinking of, it might line up. This is Sirach 10 and verse 8. It says, because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches got by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another, right? So Amalek right now is the chief of the nations, right? I mean, he's the head nation, right? And of course, we know that he's a tribe or a dukedom, right, of a nation of Edom, right? But the Edomites rule the earth through what? Through rape, robbery, and murder, through unrighteous dealings, right? And it's just it has to be if Edom is the top of the nation, if they're the earth has been given into their hands, all right, their top tribe. has to be the most wicked. Like when you look at Israel, when you look at some of the wickedness that we do, listen, man, Judah, Judah excels them all, right? When we look at all of, look at the fact that Judah is the tribe of the kings, right? Us being, us as the kings being wicked led the rest of the nation into being wicked. So on the flip side, on the left hand side with Amalek, all right, with Edom, Amalek's the top tribe, so to speak, of Edom, and that's why he's the most wicked. He's the chief house or the synagogue of Satan, right? So he takes wickedness to the umpteenth power. You see, so when you look at how they got to where they at, it's all through these wicked dealings, all through these injuries and riches gotten by deceit. However, we see that because of that, karma's a bitch, right? The judgment of the Lord is likened unto a ring. It's going to come around and they going to get it, right? The first shall be last. You know what I mean? So, with that, you.
Con. All praises, man. Yeah, Amalek, man. And the crazy thing, Ariella, is they'll do things and try to hide a hand and act like they're different from the other so-called, Edomites when they're all the same people, man. You know. But that's a great point you brought out, King. All praises to the Most High. We're gonna
Con.
go ahead,
And
Ariella.
it's like, and to that point, Ari, Judah does the same thing. Like, when you read the scriptures, I forget exactly where it's at. Judah told the rest of the tribes to get up out of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is ours. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at the vast majority of Negro onlys, the vast majority of them are Judites, right? Because Judah can have this air about them that's very arrogant at times, and it's quite annoying. Like I'm gonna be keeping a buck with you. I'm a Judite, and I can't stand a lot of Judites. It's because of that type of attitude. So again, on both, it's just balance on both sides. You got Amalek think he's different or better than some of the other Edomites, and then sometimes on the right hand side you got Judah thinking they're better than the other tribes, and this is why we got a Negro only doctrine. You know what I mean?
Con. All praises. All right, we're gonna go to the queue real quick. Um, Elder McCobb, you already spoke, right, on the matter. Let me see. Yawasop is probably tied up. Yawasop, can you talk real quick on the topic, or you tied up, King?
I'm tied up. I'm gonna hop in. I'm gonna hop back in here.
No doubt, no doubt. All right. Um, yeah, go ahead, Shaw Paul. You gonna say something?
No, I was saying con. A priest Danyala on stage, he's from Gangland, man.
God.
Uh, so,
Uh, yeah.
shalom to everybody on the stage. I'll be pretty quick because I'm kind of
So,
tired of the work myself. So first thing I want to say is that the gang thing has been marketed to us over the last, I want to say, 20 some years, especially on the East Coast, because there was a time in New York where there wasn't all this gang activity like what you have up and down the East Coast now, not just New York, but like everywhere in the Northeast, Boston, Connecticut, Jersey. It was marketed to us. And a perfect example of that was this past Sunday on the Super Bowl, right? So, if any of us wanted to get on national television and teach the truth of the Bible, we couldn't get on TV because our views are extreme. Um, I have not killed anybody for this word, and I don't think any of you brothers have either. But we saw Snoop Dogg and others in a full outfit, Crip outfit, from head to toe, standing in front of 100 million people, because 100 million people watched the Super Bowl. That's nothing but what they call in advertising product placement and marketing. Right? It makes it seem like that Crip gang life is a good thing. And one day, maybe if you're a part of that, you can be just like Snoop Dogg if you got some lyrics and some connections. So that's marketed to us as a part of our culture, and it is so ingrained in our culture. And what's sad about it is that there's a documentary I always promote. It's available on YouTube for absolutely free if you've never seen it before. There's a documentary on YouTube called Bastards of the Party. I promote it because it is a great documentary. And it gives us the origin of these gangs that are originally started in California and how a lot of them are the bastard children of the Black Panther Party. So we started off doing something, positive for our community as far as we knew, absent the scriptures, because then, we weren't, those people didn't know about the scriptures or the truth. but they still had a love for their people to a degree and wanted to do something positive for their people. And when Hoover and his cohorts came in and pretty much destroyed the Black Panther, can y'all hear me? Huh? Am I in the
No,
Matrix or
go ahead.
something?
You good?
No, you
Okay.
good, you good, King.
Yeah. So when Hoover came and destroyed the Black Panther Party, what we eventually got was the offshoot of a lot of these gangs and stuff like that. And also the gangs, a lot of them formed, especially in the Los Angeles area, to certain brothers' point, I think it was Ariala's point. A lot of those gangs in Los Angeles started off to defend their neighborhood from white gangs, right? Most of these movements started off positive, and of course through infiltration, and of course through putting drugs in the community, cutting social programs like jobs, so forth and so on. So there's hopelessness in our community, and all we think we can do to get out the community is to sell drugs, gangbang, or be a basketball player. That's why these things have been proliferated the way they've been proliferated, and it's pretty much marketed to us. I'm looking at grown men pushing 50 in the hip hop industry that have absolutely no real DNA or record of being Bloods and Crips coming out as Bloods and Crips, like Jim Jones and this one and that one. Like, bro, we remember when you came out, right? When Dipset first came out, bro, you wasn't into none of that stuff. But it's marketed, it's what's cool. And of course, unfortunately, a lot of our people get sucked into it, and it just perpetuates a cycle on our people that's pretty much destroying us. And I'll land right here, I give all praise, honor, and glory. I always tell the story, and I say it in a fond way. I give all praise, honor, and glory to our brothers and maybe some sisters too that were able to walk away from that lifestyle. Like I really got a sense of it when I went to California to the Gift concert and realized that about 75 to 80% of the people that were there were former gang members, right? But it shows us the power of this word and what we are able to do in our little corner, which is why they don't want to put us in front of 100 million people like Snoop Dogg was. So we got a big fight. We got a large fight ahead of us, and we just got to stay on the path. And one last thing, just I was dawned on me too while Ariella was speaking. I find it interesting that the so-called Jews have no issue with being portrayed as drug dealers in these TV shows, but Whoopi Goldberg can't say what. Nick Cannon can't say what. There's 100 rooms on what Whoopi Goldberg said. You're trying to cancel Nick Cannon for less, but you're okay with being portrayed as a drug dealer on television, as long as you're selling drugs to our people, because that's really going on. It's a lot more I could say, but I'm going to pass the mic to the next person. So are you.
Hey,
When you
Khan,
do that,
Khan, Thawada, priest for that. Um, yeah, we're gonna go right next to the next person in the queue. To Zwan, Shalom, King. Um, is there anything you got to add to the topic or the actual conversation? Go ahead, King.
Khan, I agree wholeheartedly with what you just imparted to us. When you sell drugs to your people, you are
Okay,
committing
I can't
treason.
hear him. Is it just me?
When you sell drugs to your people, you are committing treason against the nation. I just wanted to add that in.
Khan. It's like you're bringing death and destruction to your own people, man. You know. But yeah, all praise to Water for those words. Makarov, Shalom, welcome to the stage. You see the topic. What do you got to add to either the topic or the actual build? And go ahead and introduce yourself. Shalom.
Yeah, so, you know, I wouldn't say it's black culture. Sadly, it's a part of what Americanized black culture is. But even then, we know that people are just prone to tribalism and people are just prone to going to their own, I guess, group. Like the Bible says, each people shall go with their own. So we can look at it on multiple levels. I think the problem is mainly with gang culture is it's. If you look at some brothers from Chicago, they got some interviews. Like one guy, he was known as K600, but now he's Tay Capone. And anyone that knows the history about the Chicago gang, the GDs, the BDs, and all that folks in them, they got their stuff destroyed by Esau. Their high rises, their apartments, all that stuff. When that got destroyed, it was mainly known that area was had a bunch of. It's a lot more GDs up in Chicago than BDs. But when that happened, you had a lot of GDs switch to BDs and all that sort of BDs switch to GDs, and they'll go in depth on that and how it mixed. So what was once going on with the GDs in Chicago, even though it may not have been lawful and upstanding with the Most High, I think there was a documentary they were on about how the GDs were bringing in like 300,000 a month or something. I don't know, maybe like more than that, And they literally had their shit on lock. Like the Crips will tell you, like they used to have their stuff on lock, but things went downhill, of course. Entropy and all that. So I would say it's not so much our culture as in something that we as black people like we always had our own like little thing. Like there's 12 tribes. There's people that like you got different camps. Like we always go along with like mindsets of people, which is cool. But I think the problem is when it gets to it's perpetuated in black culture as though it's positive, and now you got folks false claiming. Like back in the day, if I had a red flag, like I don't know how these young niggas like y'all know I'm in like Atlanta, so I'm gonna be done because I ain't trying to preach, but niggas walk around with red shoes on back in oh six, oh five. Damn, your ass, you getting questioned. They gonna like what you on, you know? Now you got niggas walking around all throughout the US. They walking around with red shoes and red Vans, and why you got the red at the bottom? Like niggas don't care no more. You got the Bloods and the Crips cool and all that. So it's a lot of false claiming going on, a lot of sneak dissing and all that. So I would say it's a dangerous thing now, and it's not so much organized anymore. It's just a bunch of young hothead niggas just trying to be caught up in the mix. So that's what makes it even more messed up. So it's a lot of mess, man. It ain't nothing good. I yield.
Great points, King. Great points. It's really jacked up, with the whole gang culture, the whole gang mindset, right? Like everybody's been ringing up. I mean, it's really hasn't done anything good for our people. That's why we got rooms like this to discuss that matter. We got to have that understanding that it doesn't benefit us as a nation of people. We got to refrain from those types of lifestyle. But all praises to Water for your input. Hey, Gabar, welcome to
Hey,
the stage.
Shalom, real quick,
Go
King.
ahead,
I
man.
just wanted to jump on something that the brother said. The brother before uh, was it Atazawam? He said that it's treason to be selling drugs to your brother. And if you look at the old movie, The Godfather, you know what I'm saying? Them Italians, they consider that treason because they said, yeah, you can't sell if we're gonna. They had a meeting about it. I'm sure everybody who saw it understands. And they were like, you can't sell in our communities, but you could sell it to the niggas. You understand? And that's how they started to sell drugs because they weren't selling drugs at that time. But they say, yeah, you can sell them, but only to the niggas. So all the other communities, the other gangs see it as treason, but we don't. And I yield.
Con. Oh, praises. Yeah, that's a good way
God,
to
I,
look
I remember that part. I definitely remember that part. But yeah, sell it to the niggas. I remember that.
God, he was strict on that. The bosses were like, remember, they were like serious, like you cannot sell to our people. Sell it to the niggas.
Hey, Macabre, that was a great thing. That was in The Sopranos too. I forget what season,
God,
but The Sopranos had that too. Same thing. So that shows you that's how they really think.
God, other God. Yeah, they definitely tell you how they really feel. But yeah, the brother brought up a great point, man. All the other nations, they don't do each other like we do each other. Sell it to us, but they won't do it to their own.
Con. Yeah, that's that's what you brothers are getting into. They promote it in our communities and they push it on our people. But yeah, they do not bring any of that stuff. At least they try not to. But we can see a lot of the children end up being involved in that anyway, somewhere, somehow. Because a lot of they people are the ones that get into this drug use primarily, really. But anyways, hey, Gabar, welcome to the stage. You see the topic. What do you got to add to the topic of the conversation? The floor is yours. Go ahead, King. And Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Mark, Shalom. I just want to land back on what Priest Daniel Allah was bringing out concerning that documentary, because that's actually what I was going to touch on in terms of the history of game banging in California. And what the brother said was correct. Game banging out here started out more so fraternal than it did game banging, and it is an offshoot of the Black Panther Party, like the brother was bringing out. And back then, the Bloods and the Crips, those are actually acronyms that actually stand for things. And I believe Blood stands for what does Blood stand for? Uh, I forget what it stands for now.
It's like brotherly love overdone justice.
Brother,
Overcoming, yeah, your
yeah, it's
brotherly love
brotherly love
overcoming it,
overcomes
overcoming
our
our
destruction.
destruction. Right,
Yeah,
right, right.
it's brotherly love overcomes our destruction. Crip is community revolution in progress.
Right, right. So those acronyms were more so for eternal base as opposed to turning into a gang life that it did that we see currently. And I'm trying to fill in some of the blanks that Priest Daniel Allah might have left out. I'm just trying to fill in some of those blanks. Whenever so back then, what you had going on out here, like the brother already brought out, as far as those groups were formed more so as a defense mechanism for the white gangs. 'Cause that's who originated the gangs. It was the white gangs that were coming in trying to infiltrate into the Los Angeles neighborhoods. Because what you had back then was you had a large influx of black people moving into the suburbs, which are now Compton and so on and so forth. Those were actually white suburbs back then. And when you had the large influx of black middle class coming into Los Angeles County, that was where that started out from. And once they dealt with the white gangs, it was more so block block territory. Hey man, you coming over here? You talking about my friend? All right, we gonna fight. And after the end of the fight, everyone go their separate ways, and we cool. So how we get to where it is now is whenever Daniel was bringing out the whole situation concerning J. Edgar Hoover. The way the story goes is they arrested a Crip, they took his car, and they did a drive-by in a blood neighborhood. The cops took his car and did a drive-by in a blood neighborhood, and then the Bloods had retaliated. And so there's so much retaliation going on back and forth and it gets so deeply rooted that when you come down into today's time, you know, even if you try to bring the information to some of these brothers that's out here on these streets, it's so deeply rooted because what you have going on is this brother's gonna say, well, hold on, man, this dude killed my cousin though. What I'm saying, he killed my homeboy. He did this, he did that. So it's hard to let go of that beef because of how deeply rooted it's gotten. But this is really a quote unquote COINTELPRO type operation that happened with the gangs out here in LA. And then from there, it gets marketed and it goes into other states. And now it's become a phenomenon of its own. So definitely what you have out here with a lot of brothers and sisters coming into this truth out here in California, a lot of them come from the gang banging lifestyle. And that's a lot of what we got to deal with out here is still shaking off that lifestyle and coming into this humility as we are trying to exercise and execute the scriptures. So with that, I yield.
Con. Okay. Go ahead, King.
Nah, yeah, this the from what I seen too, right? Even here in New York, it's all about an eye for an eye. Like, it is never an eye for an eye against your oppressor, though. It's always an eye for an eye against your brother. You know what I'm saying? This is why the words of Yahweh Shai is so important. When he taught you how to turn the other cheek, you know what I'm saying, to your brother. You know what I'm saying? It reminds you that, you're supposed to love thy neighbor as thyself and not hold any grudge against the children of thy people because what I see the gangbanging culture now is a very vengeful culture. You know what I'm saying? It's, oh, these niggas did this, so we're gonna do this, and those niggas did that, so we're gonna do this, and we did this, so them niggas gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? It's always retaliation to retaliation to retaliation in an ongoing cycle that really never ends. You know, when it was supposed to be us defending ourselves from our true enemy, now, like you said, through COINTELPRO and you know, other Negroes that sell out, it's become us just destroying each other. So that's a good observation. We can move along in the queue.
Shalom, Yabashim Shabrakatan.
Hey, Shalom, yes, Yawasop, HOI, New York, New Jersey in the building. Shalom, King Yabashim Shabrak.
Shalom. Yabashim Yashabakadam.
Shalom, Shalom,
Shalom, shalom.
Hey,
Shalom,
Shalom, Elder.
all praise to the Most
Yabashim
High.
Yashabakadam.
I want to speak on this.
Y'all, stop. You sound kind of low.
Yeah, you sound low, King.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
That's
hear you.
better.
Khan.
I want to speak on this because it kind of hit real close to home for me. You dig? And what I'm glad to hear is that a lot of brothers up in here are talking from, you know, from a perspective that, you know, is from inside with our people. You dig? Because a lot of times it get looked at like they monsters, they just monsters and killers, and they just ain't human. You dig? But like the brother Gabar said, it do get deep like that. You know what I mean? A lot of these brothers, when they join, if you join in the gang and you grown, something wrong with you. Most of these brothers, they done joined the gang and they was 10, 11, 12, 13. You dig? 14 years old. You feel me? I grew up. I grew up where. Hey, and just my fault. Salakia. I got a lot to say about this, and I'm gonna make this fast. What the priest said about what they did at the Super Bowl. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. I didn't see that Super Bowl that Super Bowl halftime show like I used to see it. Like I used to want to see it. You dig? That would have got me hyped up in a different way. I'd have been happy to see that, but I was kind of pissed off. You dig, Salaki? I was kind of heated about it because I'm like, nigga, you 50 years old and you up there sea walking and throwing up gang signs for the whole world to see. You dig? And when Beyonce was up there with a black leather jacket throwing up a fist, they had a problem with that. But you see, they don't have no problem with Snoop doing that. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they want our people like that. And if you was on my block and you was sea walking on my block and you wasn't from nowhere, you have hell to pay over that. You dig? Because that's a war dance. You dig what I'm talking about? That's like a full body gang sign. You dig what I'm talking about? And they got all these dancers up there dressed in Dickie suits. You dig? Sea walking. Half of them probably homosexual. You dig? Because you know all the professional dancers, they don't even be no real ones like that. You dig? And they ain't even from nowhere. It ain't like they grabbed brothers that was actually from somewhere and gave them a job. You dig? They probably got some damn homosexuals that they just put in a Dickie suit and let them sea walk for all of our babies to see. You dig what I'm talking about? So I was heated about that. But because that ain't what it is. And where I'm from, I heard that community revolution in progress, but where I'm from, it was tied to the Black Panther thing. So I grew up, my OGs told me it mean community resources, inter-party services. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they used to work closely with the Black Panthers before COINTELPRO took them down. You dig what I'm talking about? So what I want to say is anybody reading the Bible? Has anybody got a Bible? Can anybody pull a Bible scripture for me?
Yeah, can we get a reader on stage? Bashar, if anybody can read, come up to the stage.
Oh, we ain't got one. We ain't got one. All right,
Nah,
all right.
now hold on, Hawk. We got you. Hold on. I can actually do the reading, but I gotta pull up. But if somebody can read real quick, please.
Y'all stop. You want me to read for you, Yavasop? It's all good. Con,
You want me to read for you, Yavasop?
I want to bring out one quick scripture, King. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hey, who that? That's
Hold
out of
up,
sight.
let me turn the pages right quick.
Out of sight,
Shalom,
my
out of
Yes,
sight.
bad.
Y'all should have shot back the
That's out of sight, Doc.
All praise to the Most High.
King, you have about you have something about that thought. Hey, just trying. What do you want? I got you. What do you want? King, long
I
time
want,
no
I
here,
want,
man.
I want the book of, I want to bring two scriptures out real quick. Let me get
Bring it out.
Jeremiah 18 and 12.
Hey,
Let me
yo,
get
no,
Jeremiah
King,
18 and
take
12.
your time, King. Okay, the floor is yours.
All praise to the Most High, because it's more complex than some people make it seem. You dig? But we right that slanging dope to our own people is treason. We right about that. Of course, you know what I mean. We avenge each other, but we don't want to go after our real enemy. You dig what I'm talking about? Which makes more sense as to why he gave us those laws, because he know that how we are. You know, if I can get Jeremiah 18 and 12 real
I
quick.
got you, bro. So this is the book of Jeremiah 18, verse 12. It says, and they said there is no hope, but
They
we will
said,
walk.
so Salakia,
Con,
Salakia, go ahead, read that again. Salakia, go ahead. I'm gonna let you read that all the way through my fault.
con. Jeremiah 18, verse 12. And they said there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices, and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart.
Now this go into like even at the end of Judges when there's like there was no king in Israel, so everyone did what was right in their own mind. You dig what I'm talking about? And our people say there's no hope. Now I hate it that our people are slanging dope and killing each other on the block. You dig? And I come from that. You dig? But on the real, I prefer to speak to them because I feel like they the closest to the truth. And I know that sounds crazy, but I feel like they the closest to the truth because I sit on the corner 3 times a week. You dig? On Wednesdays, on Fridays, and on Saturdays, trying to beg our people to realize something's wrong with this society we live in. You dig what I'm talking about? And half of them don't get it with their blonde hair tied in their head, and they, you know what I'm saying? They don't see something wrong. But the one thing about the gang culture is that they do know something wrong here. You dig? They just going about the wrong way to get something out of it. You dig? But you don't have to convince them that the so-called white man is his enemy and he's against him. You dig? You ain't got to convince him that the system is designed to keep him down. You dig what I'm talking about? That's something he know for sure. But his problem is that he done lost hope. He don't see no way out of this. It's just like it's just like uh, it's just like in Isaiah 9, where it say that our leaders cause us to err. Isaiah 9 and 16, where it says our leaders cause us to err. We ain't got no guidance. All the OGs in any gang, all the OGs in any gang would have been done told you, get up out of that. You dig? You ain't nothing but death. You're gonna be locked up for 30 years. You dig? Everybody knows that. You dig what I'm talking about? But then they're gonna let some homosexuals, them dudes, all that whole line of army of niggas crip walking on the Super Bowl. I guarantee you, wasn't none of them from nowhere. Wasn't none of them claiming no hood, and wasn't none of them from nowhere. You dig what I'm talking about? I bet you they was all homosexuals that just as well be up there in a ballerina tutu. You dig? If they paid them right. You dig what I'm talking about? And they didn't even do it real like Michael Jackson did in The Way You Make Me Feel, where he hired the real Rolling 60s to come be in the video with him. They didn't even do it like that. They just hired some homosexuals to propagate that to our people. But check this out. If you look, this is the last thing I want to say, King. Can I put one more scripture?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead,
Khan,
bro.
of course.
I think that's Isaiah 1 and 16. Isaiah 1 or my fault. Isaiah 1 and Isaiah 1 and 6. I think it's 16. Hold up, Salaki King. Isaiah 1 and I want to say 20, but let me get my mind right. Salaki 1 and 21. You did?
I got it. Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 21. It says, how is the faithful city become an harlot? It was full of judgment. Righteousness lodged in it, but now murderers.
And now we murderers. How did the faithful city fall so low? You dig what I'm saying? One of my favorite books in the Bible is Lamentations because it just talks about how far we came down. You dig what I'm talking about? How did the faithful city become a harlot? Now we whoring ourselves out for everybody. All our women whoring themselves out for Popeye's chicken commercials. You dig what I'm talking about? All of our brothers is out there murdering each other. You dig? In Lamentations 4 and 12, it said all the other nations of the earth would be surprised to see how that we let the enemy up inside our walls like that, and that we fell this low. But you dig? I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm a what you call it? I'm gonna end this. You dig? But it's funny to look at somebody in the jailhouses or doing something, and you go to the clink house, niggas. shanking each other over cookies and shit, and whose next turn is it in the shower? You dig what I'm talking about? And if you ain't from there, you ain't never been through that, then it looks so crazy. It probably looks so wild out that it's like how they stabbing each other over a sugar cookie. You dig what I'm talking about? But there used to be this movie back in the day. I encourage young people to look at it. It's called Lord of the Flies. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, what it's about is about some little rich bougie kids that end up a plane crashes on an island, and they all bougie rich kids from private school. You dig? But then after a while of dealing with the environment and not having food and not having situations, and then they start becoming more savage towards each other. You dig what I'm talking about? They start coming more savage towards each other. Next thing you know, they killing each other over little shit that they would normally take as nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's kind of the same situation that we got going on. If you in the clink house, we ain't got no money, we ain't got no status. Only thing you got is respect. So you can't let nobody take your sugar cookie. You know, it's like in the movie Life. I grew up, you fighting over that cornbread. Not over no cornbread, man. I'm fighting over the cornbread. You dig what I'm talking about? Because that's all I got. The only thing we have. So we've lost hope as a people. So when I found the truth, it actually started making everything make sense to me. Psalm 83, oh, they are all conspiring against us. Oh, the Most High God put us through this on purpose so that we could remember him. You dig? So the camps that's out there in the trenches dealing with the Bloods and the Crips and the niggas who want to shoot us and talk crazy to us and want to fight us and all that because we telling them that they got to stop whoring themselves out. That's real important. And what we doing is real important. You dig? Because that's the only way they're gonna see some hope of getting out. Because I joined the gang and I was a little nigga, and it was hard for you to you couldn't come tell me not to do it because I was 14 years old, and my homeboy's brother just got killed by the rival side, and then my cousin just got jumped by the rival side, and add into that my mama had to work 3 jobs and she was never home, and then add into that there was crack all through the damn community, destroying the whole community, and then add in the fact that there was no daddies around teaching us shit. You dig what Salakia? You dig what I'm talking about? So we can't just say it's easy for somebody to see what's going on because it's hard. You dig? But it's time for us to take responsibility for our people and risk going to talk to those people that they think is murderers and animals and nobody and savages and realize they just like us, man. They just regular people, man. And they lost hope. You dig? And that's all I'm gonna say. Shalom. Salaki.
Shalom.
Shalom, and there's one thing to remember, because I remember that movie Lord of the Flies, but I gotta watch it again. But don't forget, Lord of the Flies is Beelzebub. That's a demon. That's a demon that jump on people when they're going through hard times. That's why they named it
Con.
Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies is Beelzebub. That's a demon. And a
No,
lot of
Con, that's what I'm
people,
saying. That's what I'm saying, Con.
you know what I'm saying? A lot of people struggling with that demon, man. We gotta help them convert.
Yeah, I
Shalom.
had to
Did,
read
did
that
y'all
stupid book
pass?
in high school. It was annoying as hell.
Shalom. Did y'all pass me in the queue?
Yeah, we passed you, Elder. No, I'm just
Man, you
Shalom,
don't
Elder.
need what you talking about. You the elder. You talk when you want.
Correct. But go ahead, Elder.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, can
Um,
you address the topic again?
Shalom. Shalom, family. Yeah, this is an interesting topic, man. I do believe that a lot of these gangs are start, like Yahushua basically was saying, out of protection. All right. If somebody can give me Proverbs 29 and 18 real quick. But I do believe Yahushua, like you said, the brother said, a lot of this is protection. A lot of this is lost hope. A lot of this is lost vision, and they seeking some type of protection at the time to build themselves back up. It's a self-esteem thing. It's a lot of things tied up. I could speak on a lot of the gangs in New York and how they was formed. You had guys like OG Mac. You had guys like Pistol P. They formed like the Bloods. The Bloods really came, but OG Mac. I mean, a lot of them brothers. If you talk to them brothers now, they're about my age, and they think differently. after being in years and caught in the system. Even the older brothers, that Jeff Ford from Blackstone Rangers, where the Bloods actually came from, because T.J. Rogers, I believe, was from Chicago, that actually came into Cali and started the Bloods, but it was really from the Blackstone Rangers with Jeff Ford's gang in Chicago. So a lot of the gangs came from Chicago's also. So a lot of those brothers you talk to, they're not going to have the same mentality after being in years and years in prison. They understand the plan of the white man, how the white man used that organization, even though it was started out to protect. He used it. He used it for his benefits, able to bring drugs to it, prostitution and guns, extortion. This is what a lot of the gangs they use. That's how they prosper, through the black market. So that's a lot of part of it too, as far as getting money. But I can speak on Rikers Island and OG Mac and Pistol P and these guys. I know that OG Mac formed like the Bloods based stuff for also protection, because unfortunately we had that tribal thing going on with the Latin Kings. The Latin Kings was running the jailhouse. Um, it was hard for brothers to get on the phone. It was hard for brothers to get a lot of things. Norm, just the phone time, you could get cut, you could get shanked on the phone back then. If anybody, I mean, out of sight, Elijah would probably know, or somebody else on the Jews on Rikers Island. So that was a form of protection. So he formed the Black Brothers, and they got together and they created the Bloods as an offset of what was going on with the Latin Kings. So somebody read on Proverbs 29 and 18 real quick for me.
Is it, Shalaki, you hear me?
Yeah.
This is the book of Proverbs 29, verse 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish.
The Lord says where there's no vision, the people perish. So a lot of these brothers, they had no vision. They had no hope, like Yahweh said. So they joined the gangs. And that was their outlet. That was a sort of hope, and a sort of, they have a family now. Some of these brothers, if you notice, a lot, not all brothers, but a lot of brothers that join the gangs come from fatherless homes. They come from broken homes. They come from group homes, different areas. You know what I mean? Where they really didn't have that family structure. So the OGs, you know what I mean? The OGs, the old gangsters became their father. It became their father figure. They tried to give him some sort of vision, but it wasn't the right vision. It was a vision of evidently destruction and debt. But they was looking for a vision. You see what I'm saying? So the Lord says where there's no vision, the people perish. They just didn't have the right vision. We know what the right vision is. You see? Read on.
But he that keepeth the law, happy is he.
But he that keepeth the law ties up to that vision, gives you hope. Because once you come under the umbrella of the Most High, that's where your protection is. And your vision is what? Ultimate, the kingdom of heaven. So now you have a new vision as opposed to what these gangbangers had. You know what I mean? They didn't really have the right vision. It's all about having the right vision too. But at one time they didn't have no hope. They had no vision. And said the people perish. So now they join the gang to get some kind of hope, some kind of vision, but it's the wrong vision. It's not the vision of coming back to the law, statutes, and commandments. That's the vision we need. You see what I'm saying? And evidently the OGs, like I said, they don't think the way they think. Most of them now, because they realize the destruction of that lifestyle. So, we got to take heed, like the brother Yawasop said, we got to give them hope. We got to give them the right vision. They have the wrong vision. And when there's no vision, the people perish. And a lot of them, they don't really have no hope. They don't really have no vision. They don't see themselves living a longevity life. And this is why they join that. You know what I mean? Feeling that they're going to get some protection and some family. So it's all about giving people the right vision also. You know what I mean? And with that, I yield the floor.
people, they kind of because they
You're in
get
the
that
matrix, Steve.
whole sense. You can't hear? Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, I can now.
You can now? Okay, count all praises. Yeah, I think like
You
the
good
elder
now.
was just saying, just to add to that real quick, I think with that whole gang mentality definitely gives them a sense of family and structure, right? Someone they can rely on. But that's actually a false sense of that, right? Because it's all based on, what you can do for them, because that's really what it is, that whole gang culture. It's all about proving yourself, and doing certain things that we know that is not beneficial for our people, But with that said, right, if you think contrary to what we're bringing out, and you in the audience, if you feel like the gang culture was a good thing for our people, right, just raise your hand, come up stage, and let's build, let's have a conversation, because we kind of don't want this to be one-sided. If you think you have a better solution for what we're bringing out, we want you to please raise your hand and come up to the stage. All we ask is stay in order, and we'll definitely listen to you and build with you. All right. But with that, we're gonna go back to the queue. But before we do, I'm gonna do a very quick reset. All right. This is Crown of Thorns and HOI House of Israel affiliate. This is your kosher breakfast out of the skillet, where we change the clubhouse into the Lord's house. Got brothers on stage bringing out the scriptures. All right, the water to all the camps that come together on this platform to teach our people and wake us up from our sleep, right? And bring us to the covenant that our foreparents made with our heavenly Father. All right. Well, the title of today's room is gang banging, right? Again, when we say black culture, we mean the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Is that our culture? Right? If you think it is, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. And with that, I'm gonna yield back to the stage. We're just gonna go right back to the queue. Hey, Shalom, welcome to the stage. Yabashim Yashabrakata. All right. Let's see.
Shalom, Yabashim Shabbat.
Sean's next.
Yeah, Sean. Sean is next. And Shalom, Elijah. Shalom, Sean. Yeah, Sean. So, you see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? And please introduce yourself. Shalom.
Hey, Shalom Israel, Brother Sean on the mic this morning. Uh, to address the topic, absolutely not. There's no part in the scriptures because the scriptures is our culture. So uh, killing each other is not part of what the Father wanted for us. Um, but trying to follow the elder and the powerful brother Yahweh Sop, I don't think I have the same energy. I can't bring forth the same energy that they have, but I do want to share an experience that I had. Um, I did a 20-year bid in my oppressor's army, right? And in our oppressor's army. And so that life, that gang culture, like infiltrated the military and sent shockwaves. Like we made like the History Channel and stuff like that. Like the unit that I served in, um, somebody was killed. A life was taken, and I couldn't understand like why these were grown men. Like these men were like 30 years old, and they joined a gang. And like I said, my friend lost his life. Uh, he he never met his unborn son. Well, his son was unborn at the time, but so that life has trickled over from the streets of America to the military. So like even that umbrella of like being protected in the army, which is like the biggest gang on the planet anyway. We all wearing the same colors and we all wearing, we all got gats. You know what I'm saying? So, um, being in that lifestyle and then to have those brothers like like infiltrate the ranks was shocking to just see it like right in front of us, and we knew about it, but like we didn't do anything about it. And then once the investigations went down and all the indictments came through and cats went on the run and you know families were shattered, it just led me up to this point, man, thinking like, okay, if had we known who we were or who we are, we probably wouldn't even been in the military in the first place. and let alone trying to join a gang, and they were grown men. Like they were these cats were like 25, 30 years old. Like that's something you do as a young child when you don't know any better. So it boggled my mind that my people did that, um, and they were proud of it, and that sense of pride is misplaced greatly. So again, I said I don't have the same energy the brother Yawsop and the elder Tarak coming through with, saying 'cause they got a little bit more wisdom than I have. But I just want to share that experience that, yeah, it's not just in the streets of America. They done went into the military with this thing too. And with that,
Con.
Yeah, I mean, what happened in the military is actually what happens in the streets all the time. They call that friendly fire. When brothers, part of the gang lifestyle, kill each other of their own nation, that's just friendly fire. That's our army taking itself out. You know what I'm saying? Because let's not get it twisted. Our brothers, that's gang banging. They have a warrior mentality, and they should be part of our army, right? They should be part of our army defending our people. But they fall victim to the friendly fire because they don't have the real G code. You know what I'm saying? The laws of God is the real G code. That's the code sent from the Most High God. That's how you become a God. And if they was going by that G code, we would be alright, man. So definitely, man, that friendly fire is destroying our people right now.
Con.
God, God. Yeah, sister just sent me a video. I put it up. This brother got killed at a car wash for wearing the wrong color. So this is the things that our people are dealing with. Okay, okay.
We're gonna go to brother out of sight right now. He's next. Then I believe is Mahalab then Renzo. Out of sight, you there, King Elijah?
Hey, real quick, Salakia, out of sight. What happened to you, brother? You left me in the room by myself, and a couple of brothers.
I fell asleep, son. Like Salaki, I fell asleep. I woke up this morning, the phone was dead, everything. I was like, wow. But it was a good room. You was holding it down, son. You know what I'm saying? How do you, son? You, you did your thing. You was like, because I was having a little trouble with the room at first. They was crowding up in there on that room. For some reason, that room got a lot of traffic real fast.
All
Um,
praises.
all
Con,
praises.
offer. Hey, out of sight. You want to address
Um,
the topic real quick?
Con. Um, I mean, from the time that I've been listening, you know, they pretty much said everything that I could possibly say as far as from being on the inside of that lifestyle, and understanding, what it's about. But what I will say is this, we get a lot of flack. They call us all type of crazy shit. Excuse my French, excuse my language. They call us all type of names and all of that, and we accept it because we know that it's supposed to happen like that. But ain't nobody going out there reaching out to these gangs and these drug dealers like we are. You know, there's nobody out there that's putting their life and their freedom on the line for this gospel like we are. And I think that people don't understand that, you know, you have people come on here and say, oh, they're a bunch of ex convicts and gang bangers and drug dealers, you know what I'm saying? And they say that like that's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? That we have brothers like Yavasop. We have brothers like myself, you know what I'm saying, and others. But then you see how the brother said he was in the military. We got brothers that was NBA basketball players, all stars, been on TV, everything. doctors, lawyers. It's people of all walks of life that's in this truth, all willing to risk their life and their freedom for the same movement, for the same purpose, to push this gospel and wake up our people. And it just makes me feel good, man, to sit here and listen in the room and, to hear a brother like Yawasop, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, even though I can't see him, I feel like, I experience his growth, you know what I'm saying? And it's, it's a good feeling this morning, to hear brothers talk about this issue, because ain't nobody else that's slandering us or trying to come at us. Ain't none of them talking about issues like this. So, the water all of your brothers, what I'm saying, and the sisters too, for your participation in this conversation this morning on Crown of Thorns. With that, I yield.
Khan, all praises out of sight. The water for those are great words. Hey, everybody, on top of the above us here, you can see a link that Elder McCall put up. Um, it's a YouTube, looks like it's a YouTube video. Click on it, all right, and watch it. It says killed at the car wash for wearing the wrong color shoes, right? And that's what our people get killed for, over the color of what you're wearing, right? You being in the wrong neighborhood, right? And being attacked for just what you're wearing, So yeah, just I'll say definitely click on that link. Also, click on the greenhouse above our head and follow the room. That way, if when we have rooms like this again, you can be part of the conversation. You can get the notification. Another thing that I want to bring up is I want to thank again all the camps for pitching in. All right, the Lions of Israel congregation with the priest Daniela, Sakari Daga House, Ariella, Mal, God for his gang, and the Versus gang, and the servant of the Most High congregation. All right. Follow the brothers on stage, the mods, and also follow yourself in the audience. All right. Also, one more thing: if you do have an opposing view on what we're bringing up, please raise your hand and come up to the stage. All right. We want to have that build. This is an open platform. Again, as long as you stay in order, you can bring up what your reasoning, and if you feel that you have a better solution than what we're bringing out, you can also bring that up. All right. Also, we're gonna go right back to the queue. Hey, Mal, did you have anything to add to the conversation or to the topic? The floor is yours, King. If you do.
Not at this time. I'm doing something right now. Come back to me.
Okay, Con. Kind of figured. Some of the brothers they just come on, but usually they tied up with other things. But we're gonna go right to Renzo. Renzo, what's going on? Shalom, welcome to the stage. Say the topic. What you gotta add today? Yeah. You there, Renzo?
Khan, Shalom.
Yeah, Shalom, King. What do you gotta
Shalom.
add to the topic or the conversation?
Yeah, how about Shimmy? I'm Shabrak, first of all.
Yabashir Shabbat.
Yeah, I can actually work with that.
But, I didn't really get to hear um, Brother Yarosab's or Shalpar's view on the topic, but, just to share a little point of my own, I feel like it's not necessarily our culture. We know that the law is our culture, and our heritage. But in reality, we have to know, just how we operate as a people, and some of that can be manifested in gangbanging. Like from my standpoint, um, having that background of gangbanging, it kind of make me, able to transition into something, transition into the truth and understand, rank, order, honor, having a fearless mentality. A lot of those things came kind of naturally due to me having that background. So it's like, of course, the not, not valuing your brother's life and not really understanding what's going on and the implications of what you're doing and the lifestyle you live in. But at the same time, you know, if they could just refocus that, if a lot of the time I spent doing, wickedness, I could have, been preparing myself to be a soldier in this army, in this body to contribute to my people, not contribute to an organization I just joined because my friends did, if we being honest. But the origin of it, doesn't necessarily depict, whether or not the role you'll play in it. So, a lot of things of dealing with, Esau firsthand, because, living that lifestyle, you're gonna run into the police. You're gonna have something, you know, a target on your back. But at the same time, it's like me knowing that, dealing with the police, how I dealt with them, seeing the things, the profiling I used to get, it kind of made sense to me that the white man was the devil, you know, constantly, being hunted. I used to call them the devil anyway, so it's like, I believe that gangbanging is a result of many things, and that can be included in our people's determination to just, thrive and have something of our own. And of course, even with that, a lot of things, it gets hijacked in the original mission. It becomes, dim to what actually goes on. And of course, like I can't name one gang that's like purely our people. It's always some kind of integration because, all the other nations have to see what we have going on. They love it. They love the culture. They love what we got going, what we made a identity of ourselves. So I'm interested to hear everybody else's contribution to it. But yeah, that's just what I had on mine so far. I yield.
Actually, Yawasop touched on that, Renzo. He said, he like dealing with the gang members when he teach because, he feel like they closer to the truth than other people. Like you ain't gotta tell them there's something wrong with the system. They already know. You ain't gotta, teach them certain things because they already feel it in their spirit. That's why they're a part of a gang in the first place. So yeah, brothers, brothers did touch upon a few things you said, but yeah, thank you for that part of the conversation, Kane. We appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Me personally, man, I like dealing with Jake that society rejects. You know what I'm saying? I like dealing with Jake that society rejects because, like I said, our people, they have a warrior class mentality. They just gotta, what I'm saying, join the right regiment. They gotta join the Lord's army. Right now they living off their own devices in a culture that they had to create themselves out of oppression. When we have a perfect culture from the Most High, and if our people will only translate that same energy they put into the gangs into the culture from the Most High, us as a people will be in a lot better place. A lot better place.
Con.
Claudia Ash.
Shalom to the panel. To the,
Shalom.
yeah, so to the topic, Salaki, if you hear background noise.
to the topic, is gang culture black culture? No, I don't think so. However, I say it's like a byproduct of what happened to us, that they stripped us of our language, culture, history. So we created something like hip hop. It's something we create in that vacuum to express ourselves. Like Shawpa just said, we're a warlike people, and the Bible speak on that our power is a man of war, and so it's going to manifest itself in His people. We're a warlike people, but we just don't have no direction with it. But so as what happens because of that, we deal with all of these problems that come from that gang culture. But I wanted to read like 3 scriptures, if you guys don't mind, and just to kind of, because what happens with the gang culture is, this is, like I said, it's a byproduct. And if I could, Isaiah 28:15, it says, "Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves." So, like the scriptures say, we made a covenant with death, and we're reaping the rewards of that over here in America, right? And the next scripture I have is this is Proverbs chapter 1, verse 31. It says, "Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices." So all of these is just a byproduct, because we didn't want to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. We made that covenant with death, and we're going, like the scripture said, we're going to eat the fruit of our ways, because we didn't want to hearken to the Most High. So we're dealing with that. But because just because somebody's in a gang, to me, as the other brother Yawasop said earlier, like, to me, they're the most like best potential prospect for camps, because and schools, because for this truth, because as the brother said, we lash out at society because we can already understand that there's something wrong with the society. So they're looking for understanding. A family is just that they're looking for it on the left hand side. When I first came in the truth, one of my elders, because I did time federal for selling drugs, so I never really was in the gang life. I was more into a fake hustler, thinking I'm doing something when I really wasn't. And when I came in the truth, one of my elders, he gave me this beautiful scriptures, as I was beating up myself. Once you come to repentance and you start realizing all the wickedness that you was doing, like my elder, he gave me this beautiful scripture I just wanted to share with this is 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 27. It says, "But Yahweh had chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and Yahweh had chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and the base things of the world and things which are despised have Yahweh chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are." So, like I said, these gang members, they're like the perfect candidates, because they're already operating under that spirit of no fear, wanting to last back at the system. They just don't have the proper knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And with that, I'm gonna yield my mic.
Khan, you in New York or something? That noise level is crazy.
Khan, Salakia, I actually deliver for Amazon in the city right now too.
Khan, yeah.
I hope brothers was able to hear me.
Yeah, Khan, we heard you though. We heard you
Khan,
though.
Khan, Tawad, all praise.
All praises, King. Yeah, man, our brothers just need direction, man. Who that? That's Chief Ef in the building.
Yeah, you see him. Y'all about Shim Yashabakatam. Chief in the building.
Shalom, Yahweh Shem Shabbat.
Bashina Shabrakata. They say Chief, man, got experience with the Irish mob, man.
God, he from Red Hook, right?
Yeah.
You dealing with them damn patty whacks?
Yeah.
Now, remember who was always claiming Red Hook? That wrestler Taz. Taz was claiming Red Hook.
God.
He wasn't from Red Hook though.
Oh, he wasn't?
Nah. He was from Carroll Gardens.
God.
Carroll Gardens, the hell?
Hmm. That's the other side. When you when you going towards the train from Red Hook, when you go towards the F and G train by Smith and Ninth,
Con,
that's all. That's Carroll Gardens over there.
nah, con. Yo, that G train's the worst train on the planet, yo.
Ox, but he can't clean Red Hook, God? Carrot Gardens is close.
I mean, just claim Carroll Gardens. You know what I'm saying? It's close, but he claiming the projects. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird.
That is kind of weird. You can't front.
Niggas want to embrace dunghills, man.
God, ain't that the truth?
Yeah, Chief. So you want to talk on the subject? Is gang banging so-called Black Latino Native American culture?
Yeah. Well, technically it is on the left hand side. You know, when you go to Cali, when you go to Chicago, their temperature on this gang culture is totally different from. I mean, New York, you got some crazy wild dudes that represent they set in New York hard, but like Chicago and LA, them politics is different, and a lot of our people believe that that's the only thing that they have. And a lot of those cats, you see them cats with them tattoos all over their faces and stuff. They've been repping them sets since a baby, and that's all they know. So on the left hand side, yeah, it would technically be their culture. You know what I mean? Like if you look at the Big U, Big U is the one of the OG dudes for the Crips, Rolling 60s, and all of the Crips, and he's a commercial face now too. And he was so proud and he was promoting that Snoop Dogg was the first one to ever Crip walk and throw up a C at the Super Bowl. That was the first man to do it. So he was so hype and happy that Snoop Dogg did that and represented, the left hand side of our people on a halftime show. You know what I'm saying? And that there was memes saying that showing that all Crips right now is dancing like this in front of their TVs. You know, so yeah, on the left hand side that is, but it definitely was put here to separate us and to destroy us, to divide and conquer. And it just is funny how the main two mainstream gangs, their colors are blue and red, and that's the same colors as the Democrats and the Republicans. So it's definitely something that was put here to divide and conquer us. It's not our culture, but on the left hand side, you can't tell these other niggas that it's not. You know what I mean? That's their culture. On the left hand side. But of course, we know that it's not ours. And I yield. Hopefully that makes sense.
Changing their perception of this from carnal to spiritual. It's no easy task.
G-Lo King.
Changing their perception from carnal to spiritual is no easy task, but it's not impossible, most high willing.
You know, when we look at some of these things, like
I love hip hop. You know what I mean? I love a lot of aspects of the culture that we've created, but there's a lot of toxicity in it, and it's all built off trauma. Like so-called black culture, all right, is a slave culture. It's a culture that's been created out of dearth, a culture that's been created out of want. You know what I mean? Not our true original culture. You know what I mean? I think Lamentations 2, it says that they that were brought up in scarlet embrace dunghills. So that's these hoods, these barrios, all right. It's these things that we've created, through slavery. You know what I mean? And it's important that we come back to our true culture. You know what I mean? It was so interesting with the whole halftime situation. The NFL had no problem with damn Snoop Dogg, 50 something years old, all right, done changed his name 5,000 times, all right. Nigga done been Snoop Lion, nigga done been a damn gospel, made a gospel album, just a bunch of nonsense, right? Had this brother, throwing up seeds wearing a whole blue bandana sweatsuit, right? On the world's biggest stage, but they had a problem and made Kendrick Lamar take out the bar on his portion of the performance where he says, "And we hate Popo," right? They got mad at Eminem for kneeling, right? So this is just all a conspiracy of the so-called white man, right? Esau trying to push wickedness in that vibration on our people, right? He controls the NFL, he controls the NBA, right? And these are the avenues that the vast majority of our brothers think that they need to pursue in order to be successful in this society that Esau has built off of the blood, sweat, and tears of their ancestors, right? To their demise, right? We look at the music, right, that's associated. Hip hop is propagated and pushed by who? By these record executives, Jimmy Iovine's, your Leo Cohen's, right? All these so-called Jewish men. All right, who I forgot the devil's name. All right, the one who was the manager for NWA, right?
I think
These
Jerry Heller or something like that.
That's right. That's what it is.
Ah,
Jerry goddamn Heller. All right. What a demon from Heller. All right. These people push black men killing black men. Right. The damn 16-year-old Chief Keef, I can get a $1 million record deal from Jimmy Iovine, making fun of a dead 15-year-old in Tuca, right? And now we got all these Chicago niggas talking about we smoking Tuca packs, this, that, and third, right? We got all this energy for our brothers, and it's being fueled by our enemy, man. But you say anything about them, and it's a problem, right? I listen to a lot of New York drill music, a lot of Chicago drill music, just to see like what our people are into. You know what I mean? The sound overall is it's a dope sound, but the energy is just misguided. You know what I mean? Our people have all this energy and hostility for our own people, but we have none of that energy for the nation of people that's been rape, robbing, and murdering us for the past 2,000 years. It's beyond frustrating to see our people, have such hatred for a brother that looks just like them. But no rap, all right, for Esau, who's coming in their neighborhoods, gentrifying their hoods. All right, niggas want to claim Bed Stuy, niggas want to claim Canarsie, blase, blase, blah. Guess what? You got lily white crackers walking up and down your neighborhoods, buying you out your homes, all right, and pushing you out, right? But you don't do nothing to them niggas, man. All right. I, I was born and raised in Brooklyn, grew up in Bed-Stuy most of my life, and I was flabbergasted one day when I saw a damn white dad and his two daughters selling lemonade on the corner. Right? I was flabbergasted when I saw a damn white boy skateboarding up and down Stuyvesant Avenue, man. Right? But guess what? That same Stuyvesant Avenue, all right, where I got jumped minding my own goddamn business as a young boy, right? These white boys get to walk around with no problems. Our people are sick, man, and it's the self hatred that is just ridiculous, man. We gotta
direct that energy towards the other nations, man. Like I would love if these brothers was doing these drill songs on Esau, right? Or we sliding on Teman, right? I would love if they was doing drill songs like, or we sliding on Ishmael, this, that, and the third. But no, you want to spin the block, spin it again, right? And do a double back or a triple back, all right, at the damn funeral of your own brothers, all right? Our people are beyond sick, and we truly need salvation, man. We truly need to get the hell up out of there. And this work that brothers do week in and week out, teaching our people and going out and signing and crying for all the abominations done in the midst thereof, right, is important because it's going to bring us to a place of ease where we don't have to worry about that type of sentiment, that type of spirit on us, because we'll have righteous spirits, we'll have glorified bodies in the kingdom. But with that, I yield.
Do or die, brother. Do or die. Yeah, it's sad, man. You know what I mean? I know the Bed-Stuy and all that stuff, man. But yeah, well, Ariala you be getting down with that music in the barbecues, out. God, God, all praises, man. But yeah, man. Real quick, man. And somebody give me songs of Solomon 8 and 6, real quick, man. Because it's heavy, man. And yeah, the brother, you know what I mean? I'm familiar with Bed-Stuy and stuff like that. And the brother's right, man. The brother's right. He get jumped in that same neighborhood where white boys is riding with skateboards, man. It's crazy because if anybody know Bed-Stuy, do or die, and them areas, man, you really got to. That's why they call it do or die. You either gonna do or you gonna die sometimes. It's real. And just New York in general. So that's crazy how a white boy can run around with skateboard in that area that was once known as do or die. So it just shows you, man. But can somebody get me Song of Solomon 8 and 6 real quick? Just to explain something. Anybody? Macabre, Yawasop,
Hold on, let me get it up.
Ari.
I got you, Elder. What do you want?
Songs of
I got it.
Solomon 8 and 6.
You got it, or you want me to get it?
Whoever got it.
Nah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah,
All
you get a
right,
macabre. You sound a little clearer.
all right, bet. This is the book of Songs of Solomon, chapter 8, verse 6. Set me as a seal upon thine heart,
Set me as a seal upon thy heart. Come on.
as a seal upon thy arm.
Read
For
on.
love, for love is strong as death.
Love is strong as debt, man. You know what I mean? You gotta understand love is strong as debt. That word love is a real deceptive word. Cause you gotta understand a lot of these gangs, they don't come from no family structure. A lot of them, not all of them. Some people just join the gang because they want to be down. But I'm talking about my experience and the brothers I know, coming up around my hood in the Bronx, because the brothers that started the Bloods, they come from like my area, like the Bronx, Bronx River, Bronx Dale, the Bronx, Grand Concourse, 149th, Grand Concourse and those type of areas, the Concourse, a brother by the name of OG Mac, you know what I mean? He started the Bloods on Rikers Island. I mean, around my age group, and like I said, if anybody was on Rikers Island, they understood how deadly it got between the Latin Kings and the Bloods. So, I mean, they actually started that as a way of protection from, certain things like just using the phone. If anybody have been on Rikers Island, they know how deadly it is just to use the phone. You could get shanked, you could get killed. Back in the days, it was real. So they started that as a protection, but love, well, I'm saying love is such a strong word when it's used deceptive, because a lot of these brothers, they ain't never heard love before. Like they really come from dysfunctional households. They come from group homes. They come where they ain't never heard the word love until one day the OG said, "Yo, I love you, boy. I love you." And they use that word love deceptively, just like Delilah said she loved Samson. But we know that wasn't the case. She was just using them. So they use that word love deception to what? To get them to pay homage, knowing that they need that. They're looking for that. They're looking for that because they ain't never heard that before, truly, and they never came from no structure. They never came from no family. I'm talking about a lot of the hardcore gang members because when you trace their history, a lot of them they from their young. They've been in group homes. They've been in Spofford, which was a young prison system for the young youth. They couldn't reach the island, and they eventually came to Rikers Island. Eventually went up north. You know what I mean? That's their life. The hardcore gangbangers, a lot of them. That's their life. You know what I mean? That's the type of life they had. So they never had no family structure. So a lot of times they looking for that word love, and they think that gangs give them that love and that protection. And it's really not that way a lot of times. It's just used because you get used in the gang. The OG, he'll tell you you love me, and you love him, or he loves you, but then you got to shank somebody. Might have to kill somebody. I mean, this is what the gangs do a lot of times. So I think that's what they're looking for, and they really don't understand. And it's not really love; they're just being used. And with that, I yield the floor.
God.
Ah, KRS-One, what he used to sing, "Love's gonna get you, love's gonna get you," and he explained how powerful that word love is. It could be used on the left hand side. True that. Praises.
God. You know what I'm saying? This is why I go back to the laws of God being the real G code, right? Because it explains what love is for real, for real. Like, you love thy neighbor, I'm saying, as thyself. So if the if the OG wants you to go and catch a body because he don't want to take that rap, is he really loving you? You know what I'm saying? If a nigga wants you to go and do a dummy mission, right? And you get locked up, right? Is that really loving you? Or is he leading you down the path he's seen dozens of his comrades dying? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the OGs, they seen what happened, right? They grew up and they seen the cycle continue. So is that really loving you when they want you to go down the same path that destroyed them and their friends when they was your age? That isn't real love. You know what I'm saying? You gotta love thy neighbor as thyself, man. Selling drugs to your people is not love. Pimping out your women is not love. Being destructive to your own community, that's not love. So a lot of our people, and I could easily put, it's drug dealing black culture. Because if you watch Power, you watch BMF, you think that drug dealing is our culture too. But this is a toxic culture. It's a self-destructive culture. Because for you to rise up out of your circumstances, you have to destroy the community that's around you. And that's crazy when you think about it. That's why the laws of God is very important, man. It's truly the real G code, man. With that, I yield.
God, speaking of the drug dealing, and I hear what a lot of the brothers are saying. See, I didn't, I'm from Jersey, so I mean it's heavy out here now. But when I was coming up, it was block wars and it was crack wars. We were in the middle of the crack wars, and you know, I believe that was all, a training ground. You know what I'm saying? For me to be out there on these streets now, because the same jokers I encountered back then, I encounter now. You know what I'm saying? I understand them. I understand that what they doing on the corner, and brothers think we crazy or whatever, but we was training out there in the freezing cold and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Selling cracks, and now we pushing the word. You know what I'm saying? I know. I always say this. I'm all praises to the Most High because I lost many, many, many brothers. You know what I'm saying? All praises to the Most High for allowing me to get up out of that and to be able to put, my brick in, because I was a part of bringing the destruction to my community. You understand? I was a part of pulling mothers out of the houses and selling them cracks and breaking up families. You know what I'm saying? Brothers got to fess up, man, and understand, you know, my generation is a part of what you're seeing now. You understand? We were part of breaking down the whole family structure and everything. So it's an honor to get out there and freeze. You know what I'm saying? And be out there where it's super hot or put my life on the line. I was doing it for less, put my freedom on the line. I was doing it for less. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't no reward. I made up in my mind when I was selling drugs that the end game was going to be death or jail, and was fine with it. So why the hell can't I go out there and die for Yahweh Shem Yahushai or Yasharala? You understand? It's an honor to be putting my brick in. And like the brothers are saying here, this, the gang banging and all that, it's a part of the training ground that the Most High is using to bring it to the right hand side. Hashem Mashiach Yahushai.
Salakia, if I may. So we also can't, we can't let Esau off the hook, right? Because a lot of these things, man, once you start like realizing like what's at play, like these drugs and gangs in our communities, this is simply over money, right? Because what they'll do is they'll send the drugs into the areas and force the gangs to have to secure the drugs. So you have the drugs breed gang activity, right? And this is a lot of times they'll just do this for the simple fact of driving down property value, so that a real estate investor or realtor can come in at a later date and just buy the property dirt cheap. Like I used to work in Bushwick, and a lot of people that actually lived in the community worked with me, and they would tell me, like for maybe about 10 years, because Bushwick used to be like all Northern Kingdom, primarily like Ephraim. You might have a few Issachar over there, but Bushwick was all that. Then so they had the tight knit community. Then the drugs came in, crime came in, and then after the crime came in, then you got Amalek come in to come and buy it up. Now Bushwick is like literally like not no Northern Kingdom, but it's like 40% Northern Kingdom. Now Bushwick is like Williamsburg's part 2. So we also got to pay attention to what the devil's doing in these gangs, because he'll put the drugs in there, and then we have to click up in order to protect the asset. So that's how the gangs form naturally around the drugs, because we got to protect the drugs. And at the end of the day, it's the devices of the devil.
Oh, Khan. No, we definitely, we ain't letting Esau off the hook. You know what I'm saying? But, us as Israel, we point the finger where it needs to be pointed. And if it's at self, it's at self too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, we definitely not letting Esau off the hook, nor is Yahweh Yahushua. So I hear you, brother.
Con.
Con,
Shalom.
Con, we definitely not gonna let Esau off the hook, because we know that Jake don't own no damn planes and boats to get the drugs over here, man. Ain't no damn poppy fields in damn New Jersey. Ain't no damn opium fields in Brooklyn. Like, we know how the drugs is getting over here. We know that COINTELPRO, right, started shooting up rival gangs to this very day in Chicago, man. Right, and this what confusing me about our people, because they know what's going on, really, but they let their personal beef overshadow the grand scheme of things. Because look how Nipsey Hussle died, right? Nipsey Hussle, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to bring peace amongst the gangs. He's about to meet up with the police department, and then his own Crip killed him. A Crip that was a damn police informant. So we know who was behind that. That dude Shitty Cuz was a police informant on their payroll. So who ultimately was behind that? So we gotta realize what's really going on, man. Like we all know that the puppet master is Esau. Or at least you should know that. You should know that them advertising, gang banging, and drug selling and whoredom amongst our people with the music, that's Jewish record executives. That's Jewish record executives. That's Amalek, right? Like Leo Cohen, right? But he ain't no Kohen. He ain't no Kahan. He's more like a colon, an asshole. Salakia for the language, right? He's not no Kohen. He's more like a colon, right? You got people like him that is promoting nonsense amongst our people to fatten their pocket and to destabilize the children of Israel and keep us in sin.
So,
We
so like,
should.
you just put that link up top. Oh,
Well,
that's a
I,
whole.
that link been there for a minute.
I'm gonna put a new one up. This is the Brooklyn Wu Gang. You heard about that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Woo. I know the Woo thieves.
Did you put them up? Did you put the article up?
Nah, put it up.
All right. Yeah, they just it's crazy. It says they swiped 4 million in COVID relief funds. Brooklyn Wu Gang members.
God, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Here's Shaw Paul, real quick, brother. But check out. That's why the Lord says, "How does the holy seed become a generation of degenerates?" Listen to the name of some. Listen to the name of some of our brothers. Shitty cuz, man. This is where we came from. A holy vine become a generation of degenerates, man. And this is what we naming ourselves. Shitty cuz. Go ahead, huh?
City, city cuz. Wow.
Chill your shower, Paul. Go ahead, priest.
Nah, just to land my chariot, man. Like a lot of the influences our people have to be in such a negative light, or to turn to such a toxic mentality in a toxic culture, is really Esau. Sowing seeds of discord and sowing seeds of unrighteousness, and then walking away like he ain't did nothing. He likes to throw rocks and hide his hands. So he's the master at that. And I land my chariot on that, y'all. We could get into this article though, right? Because these dudes, right? The Wu Gang got 4 milli out of New York, right? And what y'all think they did with that? What y'all think
Put it
that
into
they?
guns,
Smoked a lot of
guns,
weed.
smoke a lot of weeds, put it into guns, trafficking
Strip
women,
strip club.
prostitution, strip
Right,
club.
Advertise their crime on the internet like assholes,
right.
Because that's the
and
thing,
wonder
real
where
quick.
the snitches are.
A lot of these gangs is tied up. Somebody mentioning about the drug trade. They deal with the black market, just like the motorcycle gangs. So they deal with prostitution, extortion, drugs, them type of things. That's where really they funds come from, because they black market. That's all they really can do is do these type of black market things like drug trafficking, prostitution, extortion, guns, them type of things. That's what they feed off of. Like the motorcycle gangs also.
It's crazy though. I you know I don't know if y'all notice it, but like all the gangs in New York, they getting they getting run down on by the feds. Like it's mad Rico cases. But these cats on the West Coast, you know, like I ain't gonna hold you. Like they don't hide they gangbanging stuff. You got Snoop C walking wearing the big blue flag as a damn outfit, throwing up C's on the middle of the Super Bowl stage, and that's straight up gang activity. they don't get caught up in RICO cases and stuff like that the way these New York rappers and these New York gangs, and it's kind of weird. I don't know if y'all see that. It's very weird to me.
Nobody likes New York out.
So Ephraim, what the article is saying, and I ain't really read it yet, but basically what they locked him up on that on the swiping the 4 million in COVID relief funds. This is that unemployment and them PP loans, man. Yeah, man, these cats ate off of that, man. But you know what? The funny thing about it, nobody ate like the white man. Nobody's talking about how much the white man stole from PP loans. You know what I mean? Because when you analyze it, them devils stole a lot too, but you'll never hear anything about that. It's always our people. Like you give our people some kind of money, and you know that our people is messed up economically, and they're gonna run with it. Not justifying it, but nothing's told about how much money these white men and white women stole in PP loans. You would never hear anything about that, but they stole a lot too. They stole big money. But of course, they're going to always target our people for these things.
I can't front though. People be ridiculous though. Like if you're gonna get 50,000 for a damn business loan because of PPP, at least set up a business. At least take some of that 50,000, like seven out of it, and set up an official business, so you can at least have something to show. Our people was just wilding, man. But that go from a lack of guidance and structure. You know what I'm saying? Because what Esau is gonna do, Esau is gonna steal like he gonna steal 4 mil too, but at least he gonna have something set up. You know what I'm saying? He gonna have another Edomite in his ear saying, "Well, set this up just in case the feds want to look into you." You know what I'm saying? But our people don't got that.
You know that, Ak. You know that Eve gonna steal that money and talk about it. It's lit now. It's lit. You know what I mean? Throw a big ass party and all of that craziness, man, and go buy. Even though you're in the projects and you get a PP loan, you buy a BMW. You know what I mean? The big ones, the big daddies, and they looking at all of them stuff. That's how a lot of them got caught. Like, yo, all of a sudden you buying a BMW. We gave you this money based on a business, not to buy a damn BMW. You know what I mean? Just and 80,000, 90,000 on a BMW. So you're right, they do, but that's they don't have no structure.
They got they got the pictures up on there. If you scroll down, they got the pictures of them niggas on their social media with their money, showing off their money. So,
Yeah, dummies. I can't front like niggas like that is just dumb. I grew up in a generation. You do a crime, you don't want nobody to see. Nowadays, these dudes do a crime, they want everybody to see. Hey, sister, how you doing? You got your mic open. Tanya, come, come. We're gonna get to you in a second, sister. But yeah, them dudes is crazy. Them dudes will actually do a whole crime, tweet about it, then put up pictures on Instagram. Like nowadays, our people beg for attention, man, and they beg for the wrong attention. Everybody begging for attention and looking for love in all the wrong places, man. Like Tara said, that word love is killing our people right now. They got to go by love when it comes according to scriptures, because love according to this world is destroying them. And with that, I yield. Is the sister still on stage, or she just dipped?
Yeah, I think she did. Unless she's having problems and to come back. Oh Lord.
She probably didn't even realize she was on stage, because her mic was open. She didn't realize that neither.
Con. But Shalom, sister servant. What say you?
Shalom, God. Shalom, family. Um, it's gang banging black culture. So I feel like to honestly answer this question, gang banging has turned into our culture. Um, I grew up banging Harvard Park Brim. You know, if y'all familiar, if you know, you know. Um, I got put down. I'm from Alabama, from country ass Alabama. So, you know, the set came all the way from Harvard Park out there in LA, out there in Cali. Um, what I was gonna say, I got put on the set when I was 12. I'm not an active member or nothing like that, but you know, and I don't gang bang. Like I'm totally in the truth. But you know, if people ask me, you know, I still got ties to that world. Like I can make a call right now to the founder of the 6'2" Brims if I wanted to. But you know, I more so use that. I like to teach them brothers now. So, you know, the ties that I do have to the streets, you know, like I say, I'm not in the streets or I'm not gang banging. I'm not doing none of that dumbass shit no more. But I think I heard a brother say, you know, them brothers that we got that still gang banging, you know, it's for me, it's easy to get them to listen to the Bible and tell them who they really are. Cause they be like, damn, bro, this whole time it's God want us to hate the white man and woo woo. How we ain't know this shit? So it be easy. Like I love going to the trenches. I love talking to the misfits, the super gang bangers, the niggas with tats on their face, and like you know, I still relate to them brothers because I was there. So it's easy to talk to them for me. Um, but in my personal opinion, gang banging it was the best and worst thing I could ever did to pick up that red flag. The reason I say it was the best because you know it of course it got me some connections to this day, you know, because I do have brothers um that rep the same flag that you know that's in the business world in the corporate world. You know, it's some brothers doing good shit with that now, doing amazing things through that flag. Just being completely honest. Um, but it taught me. I feel like without me, you know, getting put down for the set, a lot of shit like morals and values I wouldn't have by myself. Um, you know, it gang banging or being a gang member, it taught me how to live. You know, as far as keeping my eyes open, staying focused, paying attention to all your surroundings. You know, without gang banging, I probably wouldn't know that shit. If I wasn't coming out the club, trying to set up to rob a nigga, strip a nigga, whatever the case. You know, gang banging taught me that. And it also taught me, you know, what I didn't want to do, or I don't want my children and my son to do. Um, so you know, saying all that to say I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but to answer the question, just the land, you know, I feel like it is our culture now. Is it right? No, but that's kind of you know that's we that's something we kind of forced to do in a lot of areas. So you know, I'll land with that right now to collect my thoughts a little bit because I'm just waking up. So Salakia, y'all, but I land my plane. Con. Uh, someone give me let me get the book of Romans, Baba Kashaw. We get Romans 3 and 6, Baba Kashaw. And someone got it. No one got. I can read it myself. I'll read it myself right quick because you know what the brother said.
I got it, King. I had to get to it. Hold on.
What the brother said, like yeah, it's easier to reach our brothers with a warrior class mentality. It's hard to reach a coon. It's hard to reach a Christian because they've been indoctrinated to just love everybody and how could God hate somebody and we're supposed to kiss Esau no matter what. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to reach people like that. It's easier to reach people that already got a warrior class mentality. But it's about taking them and directing them into the right place though. Because they would allow our enemy would allow a blood or a crip to climb the corporate ladder. They would allow them to break bread. They feel more comfortable doing that with Snoop Dogg or other people that's gang affiliated because at the end of the day, they feel like, well, you pose no threat to me because you're too busy fighting your brother. And in these corporate Caucasian minds, they look at the gangbanging as okay, you could break bread with me, and I don't got to worry about you usurping me like Jacob is supposed to do. I can't. I don't got to worry about you grabbing me by my heel and usurping me and overtaking me because you're too busy fighting your brother. You're a Crip. He's a Blood. And if I put y'all both in the same room, that might come up and y'all might just fight each other so I could walk out scot free. Right? So yeah, so brothers can move up in the corporate ladder and open doors for other brothers, but at the same time, understand that your enemy is allowing you to do that because he sees you as no threat or at a minimum threat. Because the way he looks at it is that your main focus is destroying your brother instead of him. So we gotta use that kind of influence, but just draw people back home where they belong. Right? A lot of Bloods that I ran across used to say, "Come home." Right? Cameron got a whole album called "Come Home with Me." But the real home we got to return to is Jerusalem. Right? Read that for me, King.
What you got? Three in Romans 3 and 6.
Kai.
Okay, this is the book of Romans, chapter 3 and verse 6. God forbid, for then how shall God judge the world?
How shall God judge the world, man? We get judged by the real G code, the laws of God, man. Read on.
For if the truth of God have more abu- abounded through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner?
Right? Because we get judged as sinners, right? When we keep company with sinners, right? So we got to make sure that whenever we around our people, no matter what step of life they in, whether they gang banging, whoremongering, you know what I'm saying? To be honest, man, I used to deal in the pimp game, man. I used to chill with pimps and players that put game on me, how to get women to do whatever I want. That shit is off as hell, right?
Fact.
That shit is off as hell, right? Instead of leading the daughters of Zion to become righteous wives, I used to lead them down a terrible road that messed up their life forever. So we gotta make sure that we always, especially when we come in contact with the truth, we always gotta redirect that same energy that we put on the left hand side into the right hand side, man. Actually, according to the scriptures, we gotta do it 10 times even harder. Read on, King.
Verse 8. And not rather as we be slanderously reported, and as some affirm that we say, let us do evil that good may come, whose damnation is just.
Right. So it'll be just for us to be damned if we live hypocritically, so people could slander the word of God. So even if I do go back to my old block and I go around my old surroundings, and I'm around the old people I used to hang with, whatever. Only thing they're gonna get out of me is thus saith the Lord. You know what I'm saying?
Con.
That's the only thing they're gonna get out of me. They're gonna see that I'm a changed man. They're gonna see the light shining from me. They're gonna see that, I'm gonna have more words of wisdom that's gonna benefit them in their lives instead of toxicity and negativity. And with that, I yield.
And then too, King Salakia. It's like bruh, and I be teaching this to all my, cause I got a thing where, I resonate with the kids. I'm 26, so I'm kind of, you know, I'm still young enough for the young brothers to listen to me, but I'm also old enough, and I always hung with older crowds. So I kind of reach both of them lanes. But I love teaching the kids because it's like, they don't really have a foundation yet. They still like trying to find themselves and looking for guidance, looking for big brothers, daddy figures, all that type shit. And it's like I be teaching all my little brothers, little cousins, all this shit. I be telling them like, bruh, you look at it, cause when I was younger, like I said, I was a brim. That's another set of blood. So, coming up, where I'm from, we couldn't even wear a certain color, bro. Like if a nigga got on all blue at school, we know that he either GD or he a Crip. And nowadays it's like it's this street shit is so burnt out and so weird and so lame. Cause it be full fledged faggots walking around with mouths full of goals and bandanas around their head. And I be like, bruh, I be saying to myself, like, this shit just it just so burnt out and whack now. Like everything about the streets is just whack. And I be telling people, like, bruh, back home, cause I stay in Milwaukee now. I tell people from the crib, like, bruh, if you gon' do not call my phone telling me nothing that's going on in the streets. Don't tell me about who got shot. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I don't care nothing about the streets no more. Keep me away from that shit. Cause it's like it ain't no respect out there no more. It ain't shit. And kids, they just picking up a flag because these rappers doing it and trying to be cool. And it's like, man, the shit just burnt out, bro. Everything tied to the streets is just burnt out. It's lame as hell. Like I said, you had to be a certain type nigga to even come outside and put on the flag and wear certain shoes and all this shit. And it's like, it's just lame. The shit just burnt out now. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Con. As long as you be the light, King. You know what I'm saying? That's why I brought that scripture. As long as you be that light, and shine amongst your people, then you're doing your job. You know what I'm saying? As long as you don't bring no carnality. 'Cause I can see how brothers can fall into the carnality because that's what brothers is used to. Especially when you grew up a certain type of way, you get up in the carnality and like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You start talking that carnalness again, but as long as you stay focused on your how about Shem, your how Shai, and you bringing that light to them, you doing your job as a fisherman. You feel me on that, King?
Con, bro, I'm with you.
Hey man, Shalom, y'all about to
Hey, Shalom, Dawah, Zayan, Yabashim Shabbatah.
Hey,
Shalom. Yeah, but
hey,
Shabbat Shalom.
I just want to ask the brother Just, you congregate with anybody out there in Milwaukee?
Yeah, I've been congregating with Wi-Fi. We recently got a Wi-Fi camp started up here. I've been
Okay,
congregating with.
all praises.
Yeah, and I also I know y'all got it's a HOI camp up here, kind of sorta, cause what's the captain name? Araya. That's my brother. We talk from time to time, and he actually I know he was just up here. I think y'all had like when y'all had the Unity camp with Wi-Fi in
You talking
Chicago.
about Ariel? Ariel, right?
Yeah, that's my brother.
Ariel, yeah,
Yep. And yeah, he told me, about the brother. I think he was just on stage.
yeah.
The
Elijah,
out of sight brother, the blind brother.
uh,
Con,
con,
con.
Yeah, he told me about bro. But yeah, I've been congregating with Wi-Fi though, and Lord willing, I can, get down with them brothers. I love what they doing.
all
Con,
praises.
Con, all praises. Out of sight be out there, you know what I'm saying, dealing with our people, and the carnality. They drew guns on the boy and all that.
I'm not surprised. Milwaukee out of control, man. This shit different. Like all the kids, it's so crazy, man. The kids, they got a crew called the Kia Boys. And what the Kia Boys are, it's like teenagers, 12, 13, 14, and they literally go around stealing cars. In particular Kias, because I guess they easy to take and shit like that. And these kids, man, I bullshit y'all not. I see at least two high speed chases a day with kids. Like these be teenagers that's supposed to be in school, and they stealing cars and they swerving in traffic, and that shit be cool to them. And that shit it's just crazy. Like just the condition that our people in and what we done normalized. And that shit just be so crazy to me just seeing that. Cause when I was
Con,
12, I
they got that
wasn't.
going on here in Philly too. There was just a report of elderly man got killed by a 12-year-old and a couple other teenagers in a carjacking. They were doing carjackings like crazy here, man. It's just wild.
This shit out of control. And it only
That's,
seem to be getting worse by the day, man.
that sound like Jersey in the '90s.
Jersey in the 90s. That's exactly what this shit is. New
yo,
Jersey Drive all over again.
how,
Uh,
but how they pull out guns on a blind man?
nah,
Shit.
we didn't do that.
I don't know, man. You do some shit like that. Like you ain't got no soul, no morals. Like that shit. I didn't even hear about that till y'all just now telling me that. But
Uh,
that's crazy. That happened
Yeah,
up here when he was in Milwaukee or New York.
yeah. Where he do camp at? I
yeah.
forget the block he do camp at, but yeah, right
But
there.
my man said, "Yo, I ain't even know they pull out guns on me. I can't see."
You can't even see
Uh, they was
the
talking real greasy while the guns was out. uh,
He still talking his shit. He like, man, I can't see what they got on me. Yeah,
God.
he said he was telling the brother. He said, "So what they doing now? What they doing now?"
God. Talking
Guns
cash
on a
shit
blind
too.
man. What the hell? Guns on a blind man? That's
Absolutely.
man.
That's
man.
Milwaukee is
Milwaukee.
out of control,
Yeah,
man.
I could put up
Man,
the
Milwaukee
video.
is definitely different.
I'm talking about
Yeah,
these kids. The kids though, they popping pills and got switches on their guns. And I had a gun when I was 13, 14, but it was like a little snub nose, some little Saturday night, Sunday night special type shit. But these kids got 30s and 50s, and man, this shit is different. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. This
Nah.
Milwaukee, this it's crazy up here.
When we was out there, Drew walked by the camp with the extendo clip, man, just walking down the street like it's nothing. I'm like, yo, it's like that. It's
Wow.
like, yeah, this how it goes down.
Man, Elder, I seen a dude yesterday. Um, Pants hanging down to his knees, and I'm talking to him because when I see that shit now, I don't care how old you is. It's like that be the time for me to bring out the truth. And I'm like, bro, you a king, right? You guys chosen. Like, why you out here? Like, you look crazy, bro. Pull your pants up. And the nigga, he was older than me, but the nigga he had an AR-15 strapped around his chest, and he just walked into the gas station.
with that shit strapped around his chest, like
Wow.
on some New Jack City type shit.
Wow. See that? Mm.
I couldn't believe it, bro.
Yo, we only man only remember Milwaukee for the ponds and shit. Ain't no ain't no happy days going on out there. You know what I'm saying?
Not
Wow,
even a
man.
little bit.
Not
That,
even a
that
little bit.
that's where Happy Days was recorded at in Milwaukee.
God, that and Laverne and Shirley.
Mm.
I never knew
God,
that.
God. That's what we know it by. All wholesome and shit. Nah.
Well, Macabre, check this out. The reason why fucking Fonz and them had happy days is because, you know what I mean, they don't redline the neighborhoods and Jake out here living bad. You know what I mean,
God,
we Esau's diametrically opposed to us. So when Esau's up, we're down, and when we're up, they're down. So it makes sense why ain't no happy days for us, but happy days for them.
God. And then the next thing we knew was what? Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer, yep.
Yeah, the only thing I think of Milwaukee for is the Milwaukee Bucks. And it was Glenn Robinson before Giannis.
Glenn Robinson, Ray Allen, TJ Ford. Niggas don't remember them days when we was going through it.
Con. Van Baker.
I go even further back. Mark McGuire. What was his name? Cummings. Yeah,
Mark
I go even
McGuire.
further.
Mark McGuire wasn't on the Milwaukee Brewers.
Huh?
You said Mark McGuire?
Yeah, he was. Look it up.
Mark
Nah,
McGuire was not on the Milwaukee Brewers. Huh?
he was with Dallas, wasn't he? Mark
Yeah,
McGuire.
Mark
but he,
McGuire was on the Oakland Athletics.
Wait, we talking about baseball or basketball? Cause you
we talking
saying
about
Brewers.
basketball.
They talk
You
about
took.
basketball.
I'm talking about baseball. Damn
Oh,
Nigga,
it.
you talking about two
we
different sports.
all off.
Yeah,
you got you got
I'm going
intertwined.
off of the only Mark McGuire niggas remember, man. I don't remember no damn Mark
Oh
McGuire
yeah, nah.
basketball player.
He was with Detroit and it.
All right, so to reset the room though.
God, we going off. We
It
going
go
off.
off.
That's
We got
barbershop.
Virgil in the place, man. So
We,
yeah,
we,
hook him up.
we
Yeah,
done took it to the barbershop.
I took it to the barber
Yeah.
shop,
It's
man.
Mark Ugwire, not Mark Mugwire. That's why.
You see.
Hey,
I know I
listen,
wasn't
man. You know
tripping.
I knew what I was talking about, though. I just kind of slipped up with the lingo.
Kai. This is your kosher breakfast. How to skillet? Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it, man. Make sure y'all sharing this room. Make sure y'all following the platform. Right, we're gonna get back to the subject matter, man. Right, is gang banging black culture, man. Is gang banging black, Hispanic, and Native American culture, right? Because let's not forget about the Hispanic tribes, man. They wild as hell right now too, man. Right? We got the Patiao, the Tito Tentes, whatever. They going crazy,
What's
right?
them
They
niggas? Shaba, what's them niggas in New York? They be saying Popo cheese, they doing greasy. Who's them niggas, man?
I don't know, but I know what you're talking about. I don't know exactly if they Patiao or what. I know who you're talking about.
All I know is Latin Kings, bro. I don't know I don't know none of these new gangs. Like, who are these guys, bro?
Nah, they going wild crazy. They trying to make a name for themselves. But I heard that a lot. That Popo cheesy. That shit crazy, King.
Man, they got Latin Kings, Sereno, MS-13. Them Hispanics, they doing it just like we is.
Oh
Just
my
like
God,
we
you
is.
ain't lying. The Serengos, the Nietes.
All that shit. But
Uh,
the thing about them though, like they way more organized than we
I
could
was
ever
just
be.
about to say that.
Like them niggas, they putting out hits. If they put that green light on you, niggas making calls from prison in them damn Spanish gangs. Getting niggas touched quick.
Yeah,
Con.
they said K Flock, the rapper, that drill rapper from the Bronx, that just he got locked up for a body. He killed a nigga on camera. Um, he just got assaulted something crazy by the Tito Tadios in on Rikers Island because those dudes they run them jails, man. They run Rikers now. Like the Bloods got some houses, but they said them Dominicans is running everything on Rikers, man.
Listen, man, that nigga K Flock is a demon. Listen, that
No,
nigga.
not they run. They got strong Ephraim, but they not running. They not running the houses. They may have some
Uh,
houses that they run. They
whoever
not
get,
running the jails.
I'm gonna tell you something,
Rikers.
Elder. I'm gonna tell you something. Whoever brings the most drugs in runs the house. Whoever brings the drugs in runs the house. You can you got the power, you got the strength. Like you just said, the Northern Kingdom is more organized. You know what I'm saying? Judah is more muscle in jail, but the niggas who run everything because they could put money on your head. You see what I'm saying? So when you bring in the drugs, you run that shit. That's the way that thing goes.
Shalom, y'all. I
Salakia.
just wanted to greet everybody.
That's a fact. Shalom, y'all.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.
So,
Salakia. Just
Like
speaking
the Aryan
prophetic.
Brotherhoods, they got the drugs connected in LA in different areas, but they still don't run it. You still got to have that force. Like, you know what I mean? Out there in LA, you may have the Crips and the Blood. They still got that force in the jail system. Even though the Aryan Brotherhood, they controlling a lot of the drugs, but then that force is going to take it over. You see what I'm saying? So it's always about muscle, especially when you're in prison.
matter of fact,
Prophetically.
it wasn't the Tino Tarios, it was the Patria. The Patria, them niggas run Rikers, man. You can ask anybody that been up top recently. Not these old niggas. Not these old school niggas on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas been out for 5, 10 years. Right now, them Dominicans is running a lot of stuff. They running
Yo,
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they
I
got
thought it was
houses. They run certain
MS-13.
houses.
I thought the
And as far as
MS-13 was
running the
running
whole
that.
house and the whole jail, nah, but they probably got a couple of houses locked down. You know what I mean? And that's all the thing. You always got gangs that got their houses, but you know what I mean? It's still more Bloods in New York than anything else. You know what I mean? And they ain't gonna bow down. They just ain't gonna bow down how they move. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
I'm Slakia. I thought that the MS-13s was running Rikers.
Nah, the
Nah, the
MS-13 ain't
MS-13s
up here.
wasn't running right.
MS-13 ain't up here like that.
Yeah,
That's
they not really in New York like that. You don't have too many Central
They in Jersey.
Americans in New York City like that. Like you
Yeah, they
have
in Florida.
Now, I heard a story. They said, all right, so this is the story I heard. It was a whole bunch of Bloods. Obviously, Rikers Island, which I heard was run by Bloods. But they said, long story short, a small Mexican MS-13 came in. Usually in every single like prison, there's like a hierarchy. So like they have like certain chairs like for the leaders of the Bloods, leader of the Crips, leader of the Aryan gangs. And he said that the MS-13 put all of the chairs together, sat in it, and they was about to like rush him because whoever sits in the chair is almost like, okay, now you're trying to go for the lead. You know what I'm saying? So he put all the chairs together, sat in it, and then made a knife out of a rat eater. After he did that, everybody was kind of held back, even the Bloods. They said that somebody snitched on him to try to get him like kicked out of the prison, and that's what happened. But they said for a while the MS-13, him and whoever was in there was kind of like running the shit.
you watching too much eyes, You watch too much eyes.
Yeah, they tell stories, brother. But
Yeah.
MS-13, a lot of them is in Long Island, but they not strong enough. They not. I mean, they not
They in
deep enough.
Jersey.
All right, they
They
not
in
deep
Jersey.
enough to really run. Especially Rikers Island. They ain't deep enough. You may have like 10, 15, 15 of them in the house compared to like 200 Bloods. You know what I mean? So they ain't strong enough to run it like that.
For real. And
Salakia.
they did say
Salakia.
it was run by Bloods.
Prophetically speaking, as is written in Ezekiel 37:15 through 22. Just imagine those brothers all becoming spiritual
and giving their souls over to the Most High, man, the scales will dramatically tip in our favor.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Con,
happen.
con, con.
Oh, what's it, Micah 5:7? Is it? That's gonna happen when they become a young lion. You know what I mean? And they organize because they the weapon. That's the bow. You know what I'm saying? They more organized. They more war regiment. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason they the bow. Oh, it's gonna turn on Esau. Don't worry.
Now we the arrows.
Well,
They
you know,
go.
I meant the Arrow King, Shalakia. You're right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the Lion
Any
King.
Salakia, any
God,
form of blood of Crips on here?
God, you got one next to you, Yaakov. Got the
Yeah,
blood
Con,
up there, just. But hold on, before you get started, hold on, we got to do this in order. The brother Virgil was next. He been waiting for a minute, and you just came on
oh,
stage, King. So
con,
let
right,
that
right.
brother rock, and then you got the floor. All right. Shalom, King. Brother Virgil, what's good with you?
And shalom, shalom to my brothers and sisters on the stage and my brothers, you know what I mean, the audience and everything. I hope y'all can hear me. Can you hear me, beloveds? I'm in
Con.
the train.
Low,
Yeah.
low, but we
Con.
we we good. You low,
Yeah,
low, but you all
yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. I'm in the train station. So yeah, you know, to speak to the subject, you hear me, beloveds? Yo, that's a hell of a topic right there. Is gang banging, you know, black culture. Yo, it seemed like it has become because of for the past like I say about almost 30 years now, like 30 years, 30 years and whatnot. I remember when it came to, I remember when I was on the island and a couple of brothers was getting into the bloods and whatnot. Then when I went up north, I seen a bunch of brothers coming into the blood gang a lot. I was in a box with the brother OG Mac. He was like my neighbor in the box in Southport, whatnot. He was always trying to convert me to something new, trying to make me blood in years ago. But anyway, hold on, the train coming, hold on.
Yeah, he gotta go on mute for probably like 90 seconds and all that, so the train could go
God,
by. Yeah, I
God,
remember those
God, you know that
days.
New York shit. God.
Yeah, for real, for real. Right? Yeah,
So
y'all
yeah,
continue to
so
share
so
this room. Go ahead, King.
so yeah, you know, it's interesting because all the children, when I came home in 2004 after doing 16 years and 4 months. And I've witnessed it in the penitentiary how a lot of brothers and whatnot.
Yeah, brother Bird, you might gotta wait.
I went, I went,
That
I
damn
went, I
that
went,
damn
Definitely,
subway system, boy. Go ahead, King.
definitely don't miss them sounds.
yeah, I went and whatnot. I came home and I see, man, within up north, you see a lot of brothers converting, getting into gangs and whatnot. But when I came home, it was really deep to me because everybody was part of the blood. Not too many Crips, but part of the Bloods, all my nephews, nieces, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm from Fort Greene and whatnot. I'm from Fort Greene and whatnot. You know, we had BGF, a couple of homies of mine, they started that particular group, but the blood situation became crazy. But the gang mentality in general, it seemed like it has become a part of our culture due to the lack of leadership, the lack of love, the lack of direction. I also believe that it became provocative because of children being born during the crack ages, the crack era that the brother Macabre, you know, we come up in that era. You know, we come up around that, you know, I'm 52. We come up around that era. So a lot of the young people that were born through that in that era, man, suffers a lot mentally, especially spiritually, but mentally, they suffer from the lack of, you know, love and all that. You dig what I'm saying? So it's provocative to them. You know what I'm saying? But we know for a fact in root it's not a part of our culture, but it has seemed like it has become a part of it because it seemed like even in the schools now, the little babies in blood, man, third grade, second grade, so it's a hell of a topic, man. And what the brother was speaking about earlier about we say certain mindsets are best to approach because they have a warrior type of spirit also. So they more attentive, they can relate to where you're coming from if you present it to them properly. You understand what I'm saying? The truth to them properly, you know, and it's interesting, man. This I study this stuff all the time, man. I look at the brothers and sisters, man, trying to talk to them, man. It's crazy, man. But I'm a land right there because there's too much noise. This train is coming. But thank you for allowing me to speak on your platform. But it's still bad. Shalom, beloved.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right, that New York subway is too much, Jack. It's too much.
Bro, I do not miss that shit at all, bro. Lord in Christ.
Man, I miss it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I was an A train rider, and the A train and the 4
Ah,
train.
A train, baby.
Yeah, the A train and the 4 train got some of the best entertainment you find in New York City, man. So,
Anything is better than that one train.
God.
Now anything's better than the F train. That F train on a rainy day, all the Edomites on that F train, man. That shit is the worst smelling place ever, bro.
Smell like a kennel, huh?
Yeah, that F train is
Con,
no joke. That F train is no joke. That shit burn the nose hairs off your nose.
Hey, Oriala, what's wrong with the one trade, man?
No, that's just a lyric. That's a lyric. ASAP Rocky.
That's my train, brother.
That's one of the hardest trains to catch too. You gotta
The
catch that, that
the
one
one in
train.
the G.
Yeah, the G. Yeah, the G is another mother. That damn thing take forever. Then it's the shortest cart.
Bro,
Sometimes
short as hell.
it stops early, so then you gotta run towards the back. Or sometimes it comes forward, then you gotta run. You gotta run towards the front. Yeah, that damn train is a mess.
God. But who's next in the queue? Yeah, Hannah, that was you. You saying is any ex gang members on here, man? We got a few.
con, con.
He
I
wants
was
the
I was
ch-
actually
he wants
just
the
like
crip walk challenge.
no, like so I've done like a little bit of research and I just wanted to know like has anybody ever heard of certain gangs being like a certain stem from the Freemasons,
Nope.
like the Red Lodge, the Blue Lodge.
Sounds like a conspiracy, bro.
You ever heard of Prince Hall?
Nope.
Okay,
God, we
so
went we
Prince
went
Hall.
into that
See,
yeah
like
just the other day.
Prince Hall ain't got nothing to do. I know what you're talking about. You talking about them saying that the Gangster Disciples, that Larry Hoover and David Barksdale was originally Masons, Prince Hall Masons, and they broke
Oh
off.
no, not
Like,
even
gee,
that. Really, they were talking about like the certain hand signals and the certain signals that they do in the lodges. Certain signals that certain people do towards judges to let them know that they're a part of a certain brotherhood. They would use the same things in the street. Just certain signs and things like that. I just wanted to see if anybody was educated on that on here.
yeah,
That's all.
I've definitely heard that, but more so referring to Chicago gangs than any other gangs, with certain signs and symbols and ciphers, rituals and stuff.
Con. Yeah, if anybody on here didn't know, I'm weird and I just talk sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute my mic now.
Nah, but a lot of the Chicago gangs, like from what I know, you know what I'm saying, a lot of Chicago gangs, you might find some principles from Israelite teachings or just Bible teachings inside the Israelite gangs in Chicago, and also I know from the Masonry they take a lot of stuff from our culture too.
Yeah, the blueprint.
Come,
So there might be some similarities when it comes to gang symbols, but I know the same sign they use for blood. I know they use that same sign for white power. I know that for
con,
sure.
con.
You know what I'm saying? But
Agreed.
Dewad, did you want to touch upon the subject?
Con, I mean, I can. I was in even referring to what we were just talking about. I can definitely agree with that. There's a lot of Israelite principles because I was, I came to the truth when I was 12, but I started banging really from my dad from day one, and they always used to tell us, you can do both. You can be an Israelite and a G. You just got to make them complement each other. One day the G will be a Mason G, the next minute the G will be a guy, the next minute the G will be, gang banging. I can literally tell you what I've
Con,
said.
con.
I've said under like OGs, and they told me, yeah, that pitchfork, you got to go to hell to get that and steal that from the devil. Like I heard like some real deep ass satanic, demonic stuff come from a lot of
He mind you body G soul.
right, right. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's like you got to go get that. It's like David died, and you got to go get that from the devil so you can get your mind, body, and soul back. And
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was an insane gangster disciple. And any brothers who know me now know I'm still trying to get that loose, wild spirit out of me. You know what I'm saying? It's like a deep struggle. You know, and that I've never been a blood. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never been a crip. But one thing I can say is that none of them are our culture. I've literally been in the chain game. I remember sitting in prison probably about 5 years into the bid, and I was sitting with a dude, and he said, "You ever notice?" He said, "All these signs they throw up." He said, "You ever notice all the gang members act exactly the same?" He said, "You ever notice that all the Crips act like Crips? Like in Florida, Crips ain't have no money. They had no. There was no pool. There was no nothing. They was just kind of like running around. Bloods, obviously, they controlled half the state, but it was like all the Bloods acted the same. It was like if I met one here in Apalachicola Correctional Institution, and I met one down in Miami 4 years later, but I'm still locked up on the same bed. I might literally have to ask, like, bro, did I meet you already? Because it's like the literature, the culture, the signs, the if you really want to get into it, them signs can be called mundras, you know what I'm saying? If you look that up in the Eastern Indians, they'll tell you that. East Indians, they'll tell you that you're inciting certain things in your spirit when you throw a certain sign. Just like the brother say, the white power sign is the same one for the blood sign. But bloods kill more niggas than anybody else in any other game. So kind of, it's not our culture. I think it's very demonic behind it. Like I said, I had to pull myself out that hole very deeply. And you know what I'm saying? Most high willing, we can all get out of it.
Cause Salakia, if y'all, I don't know if y'all, some of y'all might know, some of y'all might not, but Jeff Fort, um, his name was also Abdul Malik Kabar, right? He was a co-founder of the Peace Stones in Chicago. You know that became big blood set. You know that's the originators. That's where the blood is derived from. And then he had the El Rukins. If you look at the Old Testament brothers, Old Testament, OT only Israelites, they they give you what you call as the lion palm, and they throw up the five with the lion paw. You know what I'm saying? After they shake your hand, they do it a little bit different from us. They grab their wrist, they grab by the forearm, and then they swipe down. You give a pound, and then you put the lion paw up. You put it to your chest, to your heart, and then you put it up. That actually came from the El Rukns, and the five represented what it represents. That's why a lot of people represent. You got the factions that represent the five, and the factions that represent the six. But
Mhm.
the the them brothers, like he had some it says other names, Black Prince, Chief Malik. So the princes and the chiefs that came from the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? That's why they use the chiefs and they use princes also. In those sets, especially in those Chicago sets. So they did understand the scriptures. When you go back, you'll see that Rabbi Matthews and all of them that came from Chicago before they got with Rabbi Bibbins, they was a part of this foundation. When you go into deeper roots, and you can ask any Old Testament brothers that been in the truth for a long time, that's connected with the different rabbis and different chiefs in different cities and states, especially Chicago. So that El Rukin stuff and all of that, it was definitely Israelite Israelite inspired also. There was Israelites that inspired it. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's definitely history that y'all can check into. Yeah.
Con Elder, that actually make a lot of sense because I know I don't know if it's still like that today. They used to say it was 12 sets under the six, and they would call them 12 tribes.
Yeah, they take a lot from Israel.
Con. Moving along in the queue, Yaakov, you there, King? You want to touch up on the topic? Add to the conversation?
Can I get like 5 minutes and I'll get right back on? I'm listening though. Give me like
Con,
5 minutes.
con,
Nah,
con.
nah, cuz you get 6 minutes, cuz.
Con. Alright.
So, Deacon, you there?
Shalom, family, shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, I used to be a former 7-4 GD, gangster disciple. Before I came in, well, at first, I used to be an IGD, instant gangster disciple. And later on, I dropped my I dropped the 9 and became a GD. I used to be a 360, gangster disciple. Once the growth and development came in, it was from gangster disciples to growth and development. Um, we had you know, symbols, like the pitchfork, the Star of David, and literature and stuff like that. But mostly brothers in Chicago, you know, people, anybody outside of Chicago, like they look at you like you fake, like if you didn't know the literature, you ain't spit it, most of the knowledge that they've been spitting, they look at you like an outsider. But that yeah, gang culture is not it's not part of our culture. It's not, is and I'm glad the Most High brought me out of that lifestyle. All praise to the Most High. I land my plane.
Con.
Con. From a gangster disciple to a real disciple. All praises.
That's right.
Right, Brother Mike, you there, King? You ready to talk? Want to add to the
Yeah,
subject?
yeah, Shalom fam. Yeah, I'm on the same line as Deacon. I've never been in a gang, but I most definitely been a survivor. So as far as the title is gang banging, black culture, I don't believe is gang banging is. I think gang banging is just misguided survival. Um,
I sold drugs. I never been in a gang. That's pretty much all I ever done was sold drugs before I came into the truth. And once I came into truth, I got into real estate and other stuff like that. But what I do notice is that like gang banging, drug dealing, everything is all putting your brick into the same, you know, thing that leads up to what's going on now. Today, I got a Hellcat. I can't drive it in the city without worrying about being carjacked because that's like a car that I didn't know before I bought it, but you can't drive the damn car without somebody trying to put a locator on the car or carjacking you for it. They just like stealing Hellcats, you know. So I put my brick in to get that. That's I put my efforts in. I destroyed somebody's mother. I destroyed somebody's father that has a child out there now that's might carjack me for a vehicle that I purchased. So I think we should always look at what we leave behind. What gang banging left behind is a lot of bodies left behind. It's you know a lot of treachery that's left behind to get to a point where you can actually wake up. There's a lot of people who can't wake up. So yeah, I don't think it's our culture. I think it's just misguided survival. You know, I think our people just survivors, and we it's easy to be misguided. So that's my take on the topic.
The original gangs of America were white man first. So this gang culture originated from the white man. First gangs of America were, started by European mafia. You know,
John, that's absolutely right. We,
The
we were touching
scales
upon that earlier.
the scales are already tipping. The brothers are turning from carnal to spiritual right before our eyes, man. It's amazing how the Abba works.
Yeah, Khan. Like everybody in this audience listening, right? All of us, the over 130 people that's still left in this room, right? Listen, y'all hearing testimony of people really converting, right? So if a Christian scoff and talk about what miracles brothers perform in the streets and what people that we heal, listen, these are brothers that's healing right now. Every brother that gave a testimony that said they left a certain lifestyle, that's a miracle. Because a brother selling drugs, there's only two destinations for you: dead or in jail, right? That's one thing that's absolutely true about that show Power that's out right now, right? The drug dealers, they end up dead or in jail. There's really nobody that really make it out the game, really, like that. So if a brother make it out the game and now he's living a different life, a whole different life, that's a miracle, right? And especially I'm talking to my brothers that may come across people that make them seem like they're part of a cult now, or my sisters that now they under a certain understanding and they're more submissive and they're more humble, they're not as outgoing. They may have homegirls to be like, "Oh, what kind of cult you in?" Right? But you seeing right now, sisters, like there's brothers on the stage that changed their whole damn life. You know what I'm saying? And they changed their life for the better. So don't let anybody ever, try to downplay your walk in this truth or have you second guess your hour. Because this right here is live testimony from living miracles. And with that I yield.
and
So
some people.
yeah, you sound like you're the Matrix, brother. But yeah, Salakia, I don't, I don't, I don't like to push it no more because I pushed it enough. But those that know, like my father was born, because of my father, I was born king. My father was King Lefty. He was one of the originators in the New York bloodline of the Kings. That was like before King Tone became, before he got his crown. So yeah, that was like the early stages of the '80s. You know what I mean? So that's a lot for the noise in the background as a damn dogs. But yeah, so I don't like to push it, but I was definitely uh, affiliated with a lot of madness, but I was a money getter, so it was a little different for me. Like the goons was ready to put in work for because there ain't too many cats that get money, and that's the way it is in most of these games, in most of these sets. There'll be one, two dudes out of each set that get money, and then the rest of the cats is just, you know what I mean? They come around, or they put in work for those cats that get money. So,
I
but
was
I just want to,
same thing, Chief. Ain't no money getting no more.
right, yeah, that neither. That's a lot of them resort to scamming. A lot of that, the gang activity now is a lot of scamming. The drug game is kind of dry. You know what I mean? But I just want to bring this up. Yo, la, Salakia, man. Goddamn dog sound like somebody named
Yo,
Murphy back here.
I had a lot of people tell me, "Oh, you can't get out of the gang life. You know, ain't no way out the gang life." Oh, I ran into some brothers. I say, how you get out of the gang life? Or I got beat out the gang. Or some in some gangs they tell you, oh, you gotta only way to get out, you gotta get killed. But that's a lie. Me, I ain't had to get beat out. I ain't had to nobody to stab me or do any harm to me. I walked out. I walked away, and brothers got mad at me. Like one of my brothers, man. When he found out I was no longer part of the lifestyle, he got mad at me. I like it don't matter. You mad at me or not? I mean, I'm changing my life around, man. For the Most High. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for myself and the Most High. So a lot of brothers will tell you, you can't get out the gang life, man. You gotta, you gotta get beat out. Nobody beat me out of no gang. Shit, not me.
Right. I just want to bring this precept out real quick. The Second Corinthians 6:14. Read it to the 17th verse. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship have righteousness with unrighteousness? And what communion have light with darkness? So yeah, we could be amongst our people. We should be, if we're amongst them, we should be a light to them. But you can't be lukewarm, and you can't have one foot in and one foot out. So I try to connect with certain cats. You know what I'm saying, especially in Coney Island. That's where most of the brothers that I know still banging. They're still active with the King stuff. You know what I'm saying? But they're doing more political things now for the hood. They be having coat drives and food drives and different drives for they do the Christmas, of course, the Three Kings Day and stuff like that. But they definitely they definitely doing more than what I've ever seen done. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's in ignorance, you could tell that they're still trying. But I still can't get involved with. I could probably get involved with activities like that, but I stir away completely because then you go around these people and there's drama that you don't know about. Now you in some shit. You go over there, you hang out with them, trying to do a coat drive, and now here's a shootout. Here's a drive by. So you got to watch the company you keep, and you can't be unequally yoked, right? It says, and what concord have Christ with Belial, or what part have he that believeth with an infidel? So you be the light to these cats, but you got to draw the line in the sand. You got to let it be known. You see what I'm saying? And like the brother said, yeah, you can walk away because most gangs they respect. There's a code that most gangs respect, and you can walk away for God. That's one thing that they respect. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. Even in in the jails, That's the only way you can really leave if you're giving yourself, as a what they call a born again Christian, or becoming a Muslim or something like that. In their eyes, if you're seeking God, they give you the pass. All right, and it says, "And what agreement have the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. As God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people." So a lot of these gangs is idol worship. They worship the colors. They worship the damn letters. You know what I'm saying? They telling you have a merry Christmas. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I'm a ball you buzzing.
Right.
Man,
All
man,
this stupid stuff, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, but that's idol worshiping. You know what I'm saying? That's a form of idol worshiping. They worship in letters and colors, like little children. Okay, it says, "Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you." So, yes, I understand if you still around and you still in the midst, make sure you become that light and don't become part of the darkness. You understand? Make sure you're separate. Make sure you're set apart. You know what I mean? And just shine the light of the Most High. And Most High willing, you can save a few. But don't be part of the program. Don't get caught back up in there. You know what I'm saying? Because that judgment, if it don't come swift, which it could come swift, it'll come later in a later time. So just keep that in mind. I yield.
Oh, that was a wonderful scripture. Yeah, congregate around set apart people. You know.
Shalom, shalom. Y'all ready for me?
okay. God.
Yo. Yeah, it's Yakub, HOY, Atlantic City. You know what it is. Yeah, I was probably right before I came into the truth. Right before I reached out to Shaw Paul, I had just stopped really gang banging. And really the reason why I got with the gang is because I was seeking that it's the typical thing that you hear, like you looking for brothers and father figures and everything, and
Yeah.
I was looking up to people, you know what I'm saying? And as a kid, you see certain cats riding through, you know what I'm saying, with the dope Lincolns and the caddies with the rims and the speakers and the money. I was just glorifying, that lifestyle as a kid, you know what I'm saying? Like and just coming up, I used to just be walking through and really all of this came about is me visiting my because my dad really wasn't in my life. It was my uncles that was really like my pops, and I would go up North Jersey and go chill with my uncles, and my uncles used to go to Harlem a lot, and that's when I had started being around Harlem Dirt Gang, which is the Rolling 30 Crip. That's when I started being around brothers out there. And I mean, I literally was like, I'm talking like 11, 12, catching the bus all the way to North Jersey by myself. Like, and I even say 10. I was catching the bus by myself from Atlantic City just to go out to North Jersey, just to get to New York and be out in the streets. And and I would come back out here to Atlantic City, and they ain't even know what, like, they knew what gangs were, but they didn't know that lifestyle. And I started breeding like some savages because I already had like boys out here that just, they was trigger happy anyway. So I start putting the flag on them and start putting the rules on them. And and it was crazy, just when you get with them gangs, you become a whole different person, man. Like, because it's supposed to be community revolution and progress. Like, you supposed to be building a community, but really you out here terrorizing. You know what I'm saying? Robbing robbing the mom and pop stores, robbing whoever looking at you. You know what I mean? Shootouts and everything. And I knew I was knee deep. I knew I was knee deep in it when the OGs started like they started using like they used to call me babyface because I looked younger than what like my age. So they would use me to go up to like certain people that had like status, and they would they and like I call them the ops now, but like they'll be like, yo, they be like, what's up, young? And they thinking I'm like just a kid walking through. I'm over here getting money out of the cats, like, you know what I mean? Take this, yo, take this $20, hit the store, whatever, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting money, but they don't even know I'm coming to fire their ass up. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew I was knee deep when the OG started trying to use me to be like to do hits. Like and and I remember like, you know, just how I really started like losing myself. Like I would come home and like my mom couldn't talk to me, my grandmother, my grandfather. I'm yelling at everybody, and they looking at me like, "Who are you?" Like what? Like it was like really something came over me, and it's just it's just sad because they come with these bullshit organizations like they tell you that this is for the community and we here to help the people and all that. I naturally was doing that anyway, helping the old folks across the street. That was natural for me. So I ain't had to get with no gang to really seek that. And then I really sat back and looked like, damn, I really do got family that love me. I just was intrigued by the street life. And when I started hearing about the truth, it's like really when I really, fell back from it and cause it's still fresh, like it's still fresh out of me. Like so that's why like when I first got with HOI, a lot of brothers was like, yo, calm down, like, cause I be ready to fight, I be ready to get into it. You know what I'm saying? Win, lose, or draw, but that's just how it was. Like, and I'm really built on loyalty, and I feel like like if I'm rocking with you, I'm here, like I'm ready to lose it all for who I love. So it's like, I think the Most High that he took it from me. It's just it's just certain things that like Chief said, like you don't want if you gonna be around, be the light. You know what I'm saying? And one thing, like when I do see my boys, I ain't with them every day or nothing like that. But when I see them, they know what's going on. They know I'm an Israelite. They even been on the boardwalk watching from afar while we out there, just making sure I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like making sure ain't nothing happening. But like they see what's going on. But one thing that's making me want to push even harder to let my light shine is the fact that um I think the wise said it, but just that that fire that's in you when you with these guys, you gotta have that mentality because you want to be known as the toughest gangster out here. You want to be known as that dude. Like you ain't getting with no gang just to be there. Like I was never that guy. I want them to know me. Like so, now it's like now that I'm with in this truth. I really want to push this light even harder because I got a lot of influence with brothers out here, and when I started introducing the truth to them, and they Muslim brothers as well, they Muslim and gang banging. I don't know how you do that, but they doing it. But but they're sitting there, they're like, yo, this Israelite stuff is official. But then they but then they coming back saying, hey, yo, I might join because I know you can. Niggas is still gangbanging, being Israelites. So like, I'm trying to get my boys to understand that you know you got different cats. It's like how the gangs is. You got different sets, even though we all pushing one thing. You got different doctrines and things like that, and they trying to understand that. And I'm telling them like, yo, I'm leading you to to this Bible, and then I'm telling you about who I'm dealing with. and who I'm dealing with, we don't deal off of it. We don't mix the gang culture with the Bible. But they said they as Israel, we don't want to give the wrong impression. If we was ex gang members, we need to be ex gang members. You know what I'm saying? And I speak that to myself because I still had that mentality on me when I first joined. You know what I'm saying? I still had that gang insight in my mind, and but now I see like, yo, that shit really damaging our people, and I really don't believe that is that is uh that is our it's black culture. I really don't believe that shit. And then like I know y'all said but you gotta look at the Civil War times too, the red coats and the blue coats. That was a European thing. And then now all of a sudden you got black people fighting over red and blue now. You know what I'm saying? And colors, like that shit crazy. And but at the same time, you know, our people really destroyed from this gang, like, and it is crazy because it's getting stronger too. It seemed like, what I'm saying, like it seemed like it's really a war between the light and evil, like right now, because when you these rappers, they really pushing that gang life heavy. And um and um and, and, and heavy in New York. That woo shit is heavy in New York. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I knew that was coming because back when I was young, running with my unks and them, we would be um around a lot of the Dipset members like Jim Jones and all of them. I knew them for years, and red and blue make purple. I knew my uncles. They was cripping, but they was around them Harlem brothers that was and linking up with Shice Bub and them. That's how all that Purple City, Bird Gang, all that stuff started coming about. Was the red and blue flags was coming together, and cats was mixing it with the Bronx and Harlem, and some of the Jersey brothers, Patterson and Norton brothers. They was all mixing up with a lot of the Harlem cats and a lot of the Dipset cats. But I knew that Crip and Blood thing under one umbrella was coming like way back then. So when I see like that Woo stuff out in New York, like in Brooklyn, like that's Crips and Bloods like together. You know what I'm saying? Under one organization, and that's crazy to me. Like, so it's just like now you going from Crip and Bloods against each other to like joining forces and being like a super shredder now and going against each other now. Like it's crazy. It's crazy, yo. But with that I yield, you know what I'm saying? And for the most part, like one last thing is just like I just wanna say like turning away from the gang like was like the best it was like the best thing I ever could have did, you know what I'm saying? Because I I seeing people moms cry and seeing, your boys, I done seen cats that standing right next to me, get their head knocked off. And then I done seen it the other way around. And that type of shit, like trying to sleep, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta like be on heavy drugs to sleep to even function. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a lot, and I seen a lot, and I done a lot, and I just think the Most High, I ain't even in the midst of that no more. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of cats will see me, and the first thing they won't even expect that I even did half of the shit that I did. You know what I'm saying? And I came from a lot. Like I came from some stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I got the markings to prove it. You know what I'm saying? I've been hit and all that. Like so, I know what this thing is really about, and it's just like it's self destruction, man. That gang life is self destruction for real. So with that, I yield, man. Shalom.
Hey, and to everybody in the room, if y'all want to listen to some righteous truth music, I'm about to ping my brother Yaakov song up here. I bought my fringes.
Ah,
Brother Yaakov got some good truth music out right now. Hop off my fringes. Y'all can check it out right there. That's the link right there. All right, Kwame Ashrala.
Kwame Yashala, the water brother.
Okay. Right, this is your kosher breakfast transfer to your kosher brunch. right? Much better than lunch. Got them precepts for you to munch. Always keep in mind, y'all, this is food for your soul and not soul food. Kwame Asharala. My brother Hibaro, you want to add to the topic? Want to talk about the subject at hand?
So man, shalom, y'all.
Shalom.
Just chilling at work, gang banging, black culture. Well, I mean, I'm Mexican, it's been part of our culture forever, ever since the Mexican American War. Um, shoot, I mean, I'm not active no more. I was at 18th Street, Sudeño, beefing with Bloods and different type of Crip sets and Um, MS-13 was the main enemy. But you get older in this situation. I'm a vet now. I mean, I don't do the shit I used to do when I was a youngster, trying to get a name in America. Coming from Mexico, and then so I mean, I never really got out. I just grew older out of it. I still got little homies that's active, and I'm trying to push the truth in their ear. You know what I mean? And like I was told. Don't do the dumb stuff of a gangster. Do the smart stuff. Don't wait to go to jail to start your program. Start doing your 100 push-ups in the morning, 100 squats. You know what I mean? Start. You don't got to get locked up to do a lot of this, to get a lot of the intellect. And you see how there is no future in it. You know what I mean? There ain't no future in it, and some people have to learn the hard way. Some people have to go through that. You know.
So you said that it originated from rebelling against oppression, right? The wars the Mexicans was having against the invaders, the conquistadors, right?
Well, it was even before that because, like within Mexican culture, within Mexican history, like the Aztecs were the main tribe in putting everybody else in captivity, like the smaller, peaceful tribes that were surrounding it. So, like the Mexica, we don't call them Aztecs, but the Mexica was putting people in captivity from other smaller tribes, like the Cora and the Apache, the Yaquis, so even after the conquistadors, the Mexican government still was hunting other Apaches. Like it was even into the early 1900s. You killed an Apache kid, you'd get 5 pesos. You kill Apache woman or a Navajo woman, you get 25 pesos in the mail. You bring the scalp of the mail, you get 50 pesos. You know what I mean? And it's always been gang shit like that. And we took the same ideology and applied it in the neighborhoods. You know what I mean? Like you see somebody from the MS-13, it's on site. You know what I mean? Like green light, and to this day.
And that's crazy to me. Like that's the curses that keep us under oppression, man. Because out of everything, you said the MS-13 is the biggest one, and that's your kinsman. You know what I'm saying? It's real crazy, man.
Well, I mean,
It's,
it's kind of it's the reason I think it's going to not stop, especially in Mexico, is MS-13 is open satanic. Like they openly worship Satan. You know what I mean? That's who they done ritual murders. They after they kill someone, they take the kidneys, the tongue, and the liver. And so people like me, like we believe in the Most High, even though we gang related. Like doesn't mean we just gonna slouch over. Just we can get scared because people worship Satan openly in Mexico. Santeria worshiping Saint Death, and so that's why I'm not with the. I mean, I got Crip homies, I got blood homies, but now that ideology of MS-13 is spreading over to that. I met some Crips that was satanic, like had the 13 candles and everything,
Oh God,
and
definitely.
so there like the Satanism part is creeping into that. So now I'm like, hey, I'm part of the Shamaim gang. I mean, I praise the Most High. That's if I'm gonna die for anything, it's gonna be for my belief in the Most High. And so, and that's why I come to these youngsters. Like that are still in that lifestyle. Like you're really about to die for a street that you don't own. You're really about to die behind somebody that's not really keeping it 100 with you. You're really about to die for some dope transactions of prostitution and all this and that. Won't you die for something that really has some validity? You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I try to influence them.
Yeah. I mean, I noticed that too. Like, I noticed that a lot of gangbangers are becoming more satanic. It was very troubling to me, and I didn't really get it, but I do notice it though. I can't front like I don't notice it.
Hey, it's actually a Salakia, by the way, but it's actually a blood set based out of Cali, and they call it the Devil Lane Bloods. And before they do anything, whether they robbing, killing, whatever, they all pray. They literally pray to Satan before they do anything. You can look it up, Devil Lane Bloods.
Yeah, that just to show our people that gangbanging stuff went way left. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely way left. Right. We got Sister Yadiya or Yadaya. Hey, Shalom. What's going on?
Shalom, y'all can hear me?
Kind
Okay, I wanted to answer the question and then share an experience that I had with um this gangbanging black culture. Um, I would say no. I feel like it was like something that was given to us because like um it was like the police would like kill the black fathers and then the young black boys would turn to like gang banging because they're like misguided and missing that love from the father, and it was like the gang members would accept them and bring them in as family. So I feel like that's a part of why they do it.
Yeah, Salakia. Um, Sodom, Sodom and Gomorrah. That was definitely gangs in Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, when you think about it, with the angels, they wanted to gang rape the angels, man. That's what they wanted to run on the angels, a gangbang. You know what I'm saying? If you think about it and analyze it, that's what them bastards wanted to do with the gay mafia. It was the gay mafia in Sodom and Gomorrah trying to gangbang the damn angels, man. Yeah. So the gangs was back then too.
And also I wanted to share a little story about my well, not story, but like my experience with gang members, if that's okay.
of. Yeah, go ahead, sister.
Okay. My experience with gang members was in high school. I began to be attracted to them, and I felt like I could change them and convert them to Christianity, but I went about it the wrong way. I would surround myself with them as much as I could to try to get insight on things that they were doing, to try to understand them better, not realizing I was being overbearing and out of line. I would educate myself through like documentaries. After trying to be romantically involved with them, then getting hurt, I didn't realize this is not what I want. Um. Uh. Oh yeah, that's it. Sorry. So that.
So you said you was attracted to them but wanted to convert them.
Yeah. So like at that time, I was still a Christian, and something. like something inside of me like felt really bad for them, so I wanted to be like try to help them, but I went about it like the wrong way. Like I was that Christian that was like overbearing and like kind of beating people over the head with the Bible, so to speak, um, type thing. So I didn't really, go about it the right way. I didn't really try to hear them out. I more so like try to tell them, but it wasn't. It was like I would try to tell them about what they were doing, but I didn't try to hear their story first, if that makes sense.
Yeah, kind of, and that's what Christianity does. So, like, have our women feel like they could go and convert men, right? And that's damn near impossible. Not saying a woman can't be a good influence on a man, because a woman can be a good influence on a man, but to go out and just try to convert brothers and especially aggressive men, right? Because these are aggressive people. I'm not sure what attracted you to them, but usually gang members are very aggressive. And as a good old Christian girl, I mean, if you had any good counseling, they should have told you was out of line by trying to go over there and be a converting grown men. The sister on the stage, or did she dip?
She got up out of here.
Oh, there she go.
Move to the audience somehow.
Yeah, I just want you to hope you learned your lesson though, right? Hope you learned your lesson that you really can't convert men, and only person you should be attracted to is a law keeping man of the Most High. And who's next in the queue?
Shalom, shalom, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hey, Shalom, King, what's going on?
I can't complain. Yeah, yeah. As far as like the whole gang culture, like my family from LA, in essence, so it's like when it comes to like what brother was talking about as far as the devil lanes, there are some that are from Denver lanes that call themselves devil lanes, but the whole Denver lane hood don't worship quote unquote Satan. Just like the hood that my family's from is they from Family Swans. And there are some within the hood that worships quote unquote Satan. You see what I'm saying? But not all of them. But the reality of it is, gangbanging don't originate with us because gangbangers in this country, the first people to do it was Europeans in New York. And they even associated with red and blue because they had nativist gangs, and then you had Irish gangs. The Irish gangs represented the Democrats. They worked with the Democrats, and so did the nativists. The nativists worked with the Republicans, being the Democrats is blue and the Republicans is red. That was their association with those colors. And what they would do is they would basically extort people and try to abuse people into voting for whoever the candidate was from the Democratic or the Republican Party in order for them to get whoever they represented in office, so they could have free reign, and immunity even when it came to criminal activity. Even when we start calling ourselves gangsters, the first people calling themselves gangsters in this country was Italian Americans, in essence, which is why you got brothers in our communities today. They'll call themselves Capone or Coleon or Gotti or what have you after Italian Americans. So the reality of it is this whole gang bang culture comes from Europeans. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, yeah, and I yield.
Can I say something real quick? Um, you absolutely right. Because at the same time, when we came, just going back into slavery time, we wasn't thinking about no gangs and all of that. And even when that time period where things were segregated, we wasn't even thinking about gangbanging. But you did have the mafias and all of them, and even the Boardwalk. I don't know if y'all ever seen the show Boardwalk Empire they had on TV at one point, but Lucky Thompson, he was an original gangster from Atlantic City area, and they were killing people and bootlegging, and they the originators were built in the casinos and things like that. But it is definitely built off these European mafias and different groups. So I agree with that.
You can't ignore the fact, man. Even when I was growing up listening to Biggie and Jay Z copping their albums, they was dressing like mafia bosses. So like that
Oh,
Italian,
Khan.
yeah, absolutely that Italian gangster stuff. Uh, you know, uh, Biggie called himself Frank White. That Italian gangster stuff, yeah, it was just another way of our people taking on the customs of the heathen. We can't ignore that at all.
It's unfortunate, because a lot of our association with these things came from TV, from movies or what have you. Even when that old movie Warriors, that inspired a lot of gang activity in our communities. And even when the movie Colors came out, just like studying the trajectory of how gang banging spread throughout the nation, it's almost like clockwork. Like when that movie Colors came out, it's almost like our people left the movie theater and went directly to Walmart and started buying whatever color that they wanted to represent. And that's literally, to some degree, how it happened, like in the city that I'm from. You see what I'm saying? Colors came out, and people from LA was coming out here, in essence, bringing that mentality with them. And it was like rapid fire. Like as soon as that movie was released, you see what I'm saying, and our people started to uh, really take hold to that. And even there's another character that's very, very, very impactful when it comes to this foolishness in our community, and that's Tony Montana. Like when we was growing up, every time we watched MTV Cribs, all our people rapping or what have you, all of them got that picture in their house somewhere. Everyone, it was like clockwork. You see what I'm saying? So Tony Montana being a European Spaniard, that's another individual in essence that our people unfortunately glorify.
Gone. I made. I used to have them Tony Montana T-shirts and sweaters, different pictures out the movie. I used to rock that for a swag for like 2 years when I was in high school. People used to think that shit was so fly and cool because, like you said, like a lot of celebrities would have the big Tony Montana artwork in their house. They used to exalt that movie unto the heavens, man.
Yeah, everything that came from Europeans got to go. We ain't got no more time for it.
Con King, absolutely, absolutely, yo.
Khan, flush that down the toilet, Akim.
But anybody else with any questions, comments? You know what I'm saying? Things they want to bring up, right? About the gang culture and how does that relate to our culture? Is gang banging our culture? You more than welcome to come to the stage and build with us for real, for real. It's a topic that we having today is gonna come on the Shabbat at sundown, so I am gonna shut this room down probably like around 1:30. You know what I'm saying? But whoever else want to come up here and talk on the subject, you're more than welcome to. If I have to start making some runs, Kwame Asharala.
Kwame Ashala.
Yasharah. And
Well,
I also brought out the fact that Sodom and Gomorrah, in essence, how they was gangs raping people and stuff. Like that stuff really happens. You know what I'm saying? In our communities, as far as the gang culture, like that stuff happens where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in Kansas, and like I said, a whole bunch of LA guys came out here with that culture. You know what I mean? To the point to where I got like first cousins, you know, from that hood in LA. In terms of how deeply they brought that, you see what I'm saying, mentality, you know, wherever they went. But, you know, people like brothers mess around and get raped, getting robbed, you know what I mean? That's in that life. You know what I mean? Out here. And that stuff happens in LA too.
Khan, you know what? A couple of years ago, I got wind of something like that going on up here in Jersey City. They robbed these cats and raped them. I just I can't wrap my head around that. That shit is not gangster. Like I don't understand none of that. But you're right. All of that is a part of the culture, and you know that Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, you link that perfectly. God, and say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, it's sad. Cause, even when we talk about movies, right? Or just TV, that movie Snowfall or the series
Ah,
Snowfall came out not too long ago and they had that rape scene in it. And our people, it seems, yeah,
okay,
it
okay.
seems, yeah, as soon as we see something on TV, it's like that idea is planted in our minds, and it's like we want to go carry that out because it was like clockwork when that Snowfall series came out and that rape scene was on there. Maybe like 6 months to 8 months later, we hear about that happening in our city. You know, it's sad, fam.
Yeah,
God.
that witchcraft for predicting programming. Right? Go ahead, Macabre.
No, I was agreeing with your brother. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, it's that witchcraft for predicting programming, man. How people get programmed through what they see on the television, and they definitely want to act it out, man. It happens all the time. Our people are easily swayed, and we are the lost sheep of the house of Israel, man. Lost sheep, man. Under the guidance of the wrong shepherds. But hey, Samurai is on the building, man. Samurai Jake HY London. Shalom.
Yeah.
Shalom, shalom. All praise to the Most High Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai.
Yeah, but
Double honor to
Shabbat.
the elders and all praises to the brothers, man. Yeah, yeah, man. So, the title of this, yeah, man, is gang banging black. You know, in the UK, I don't know if everyone knows, but when most of the brothers come over, my grandparents came over from the Caribbean. Um, at first, there wasn't really a gang thing like that, you know. And then when we started getting oppressed by Esau, we developed a little thing called it was called Inchai. This is in Birmingham, the Midlands. We developed something called Inchai, and it was like as you guys said earlier, how some of the gangs were developed as a defense thing. Um, over here, this thing called Inchai at first was developed. It was a defense thing really, and then eventually it developed into something else, and then you had two crews over here in Birmingham, one called Burger Bar and another crew called the Johnsons. And they were at one point we were all together. But in the Burger Bar, they would chill at one place called the Burger Bar, and they're called the Burger Boys. And in the Johnsons, I think they used to chill at one cafe called Johnson's Cafe, and they were called the Johnsons. So we ended up having two crews heading into the 90s, like mid 90s. You had two crews called the Johnsons and Burgers. It was mad out here. It was mad. It was mad. It was mad. But at first, obviously, there were certain rules, but one thing you guys mentioned as well, it did start getting a bit fruity. Especially like 2010, 2008, started hearing some fruity stories. But yeah, man, culture over here is mad. Well, it ain't black culture. It's just been attributed to us and forced upon us. Because at first we do come together to first we do come together as defense. It always is defense. Like I heard you talking about the Crips or the Bloods, saying at first it was defense. I won't be surprised. You understand? Because when my grandparents came over here, the thing was defense. But then, as you know, Satan creeps in. We start drinking the wine of Babylon, and it starts going on a mad one. But yeah, man. And another thing as well, them two crews, um, they used to rep red and blue as well. They used to rep red and blue as well, you know. Um,
Nah, for real.
for real, man, for real. Like
Nah,
burgers.
it's got to be a spirit behind that, man.
I'm telling you, man. The burger bar, they're like. You ever heard of the area called Handsworth? You ever heard of Handsworth?
No, no, not too familiar.
Yeah, man. There's a ghetto in UK called Handsworth. You get me? There's a next ghetto in UK called like Newtown, and like them two had beef, and like the burgers now are in Handsworth, and the Johnsons are now they're in like Newtown, Aston, Lascelles, them kind of ends. You get me? And burgers would rep the red bandana, and Johnsons would rep the blue bandana, and that's literally how it is over here. He's calmed down a bit now because obviously all them man there like all like my age and all getting older now. They can't be bothered to run around. But the youth them are still doing it, get me? The youths are still doing it. But yeah, man, red and blue over here, just like over there, man. That's how I knew there was something on it because my uncle used to tell me that like at the top, some of these crews, he's saying that there's white men controlling it. You understand? And my uncle's like deep in it and that. And he was a big man. He was telling me, yo, at the top of Johnny's, there's white men at the top, you get me? So Esau's always trying to have his hand in things. You understand? So yeah, man. But that gang culture, gang banging was put on us, and I can see how I think some brothers told a story earlier, um, how someone took the brother's car and did a drive by in a blood area, and say, oh, I won't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised because a similar thing kind of happened with Ferguson and Johnny's. Like someone did something, and then it's just retaliation. Someone found the man in a nightclub and then boss him up. Found the guy in the alley, boss him up, and then after that, it was just beef. People licking down each other, licking down cousins and all sorts, man. Finding out that's your cousin, man, doing a drive-by on her. I think it's what they called the Ellis sisters, and must have done a drive-by. And the brother found out it was his sister. You get me? Like half sister or something. So yeah, man, that's how it is over here, man. That's in the middle of England, Birmingham. They're the main gangs, to be fair, in the middle of England, man. But yeah, man, I love my plane. Listen,
Salakia. When guys keep talking about, like the blue and the red. Well, when you get into the Illuminati stuff and that Baphomet stuff, for them, blue is male, red is female. When you mix them together, you get purple. To them, that's called duality, and that's like the symbol of Baphomet. You know that thing is male and female, so it does sound like it's a spirit. It is. It really is. Wow.
Yeah, the
calm.
Baphomet is the first tranny.
It's definitely a spirit. There's something in there. Because there ain't no coincidence how them two crews are up in blue and red and everywhere else is blue and red. Even over in the UK, we've got two main political parties, Labour and Conservative. And they're blue and red as well. So there's definitely something in there. And but yeah, as someone said earlier, man, the main gangs is the police and the army, man. They're the main gangs. Yeah, if left to it, one thing I would say, if left to it, our brothers and sisters wouldn't even be dealing with this gang thing. If just left to it. Yeah, there'd be a little bit of madness in that, but the gang thing, when we first come over, my granddad and that, they was not on that. You understand? They had a high work rate, they were working people, wanted to buy that, they all bought their house early. They all lived in one yard at first while they worked in the factories. They've all bought their yard, that generation. But then the generations after that, that's when it started getting mad. And another thing, you see, especially in Birmingham and West Midlands, they listen to a lot of West Coast music. They were very, very influenced by West Coast rap. If you ask any drum man, any man from my ends, they listen to West Coast. We've all got this funny little soft spot for West Coast, and that kind of also attributed to the way we used to carry on the street. We used to take that onto the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that same spirit, right?
Khan, same spirit. They all listen to West Coast. Both the Burgers and the Johnnies, they all listen to West Coast. Ask any of them around my age, and they all listen to West Coast, man. And all the films that influenced them as well. All the films, man. That if you ask any of them, they used to watch the films, listen to the music, and I wanted to be like one of them in the films. I wanted to be like my man. Is it old dog? I wanted to be like my man.
Yo, you're a Brummy, huh, Samurai?
Khan.
All right.
Shalom. I'm in the noisy Bronx, so I hope people can hear me. But I want to touch on real quick about the gangsters and the mobsters and how it does extend from that, and how they really play with words and how they demonize us through the gangs. Now, you got the mobsters in the 1920s and the 1930s. Luciana, Al Capone, and these guys. These guys was murdering people at a high rate, but they never once called it white on white crime, even though it was gangsters against gangsters. They called it white. They never called it white on white crime. They called it gang related. When it's done in Chicago, it's black on black crime. This is the way they play with words and they demonize us. Because if you know the first thing about propaganda, and Hitler said the first thing he's going to do is make sure you never have any negative aspects of the Germans. You can't have anything negative in the media. So this is another way how they demonize us with that. So if you look at it, they say gang related. But when it comes to Chicago now, these days, it's black on black. But it was the same thing. You had bloody massacres, St. Valentine's Day, bloody massacres. It was real bloody. They will always demonize us in the media. Not to give the gangs any pass, but that's what it is.
Yo, I just think it's kind of not even weird, but it's ironic. Hey, yo, Samurai, I'm a Brummy myself, man. I've been in the U.S. for over almost 30 years, right? So to hear a fellow West Midlands, oh yeah, I'm from Handsworth originally, man, Lozelles, so you already know the ends, right? But I've been in the U.S. for, like I said, almost 30 years. So to hear that they only gravitated to the West Coast, I left from there and came over here, East Coast, right? And I got a big bias for the East Coast all day, you know what I'm saying? But when I left in the mid '90s, there wasn't that much gangs and nothing like that. And I always knew that they had a big fascination with the U.S. and everything they seen them do, they started to do. And I left when they were still rocking the starter jackets. When you guys still had that, you know what I'm saying? So just to see how far y'all got came and just trying to emulate. I just say stand as an individual, man. Do your own thing, you know.
Yeah. They're still on that still. The starter jackets now, they don't do that no more. More on the tight things now. Tight swag and that. More
Same
some
over
next,
here.
yeah, some next type of thing. But generally, yeah, man, they're still on it still. But obviously, most of them, man, they got old and that yet, man. Most of them, man, they got
Oh
old.
yeah. I'm an OG myself. That's what I'm saying. I'm OG. That's
Yeah,
what I'm nice. Like to hear they still trying to imitate other parts of the world. Just be individual, man. Because it didn't benefit anybody that took it on. I mean, look what happened to Tukey. Look what happened to Suge. You know what I'm saying? The giants in the game fell hard. You know what I'm saying?
man. So what end did you come from? Did you say?
Handsworth, Villa Cross, Lozell's, B19, 1NS all day.
Funny. Yeah, man. That's literally where we go. we hit the road still. When we go hit the road, hit out some flyers and that. Literally a couple of house still. That's literally my patch.
Let me tell you how OG I am. You probably don't even remember. I don't know why I'm trying to age you, but I can't. You're probably like mid 30s to 40s. But I was around there when Black Cat was still open. Remember that little cafe? The little
Yeah.
weed spot? Yeah. I'm from them days.
Okay. Check that out still. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's literally the spot still. Rosales is the stomping ground. That's where me and the brothers hit road on it. He's around them ends still. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's good to hear it, man.
It's funny that you can actually, like, you can go on YouTube and look at the history of those areas and still see it from the 80s, bro. Like the black on the police brutality, the oppression. It was back then in the 80s, man. There was no jobs and people were struggling to find work. Just like over here, same struggle.
Same thing, man. And you know what's as well, you know? Even what we're talking about when we look into the scriptures, for instance, in Genesis 49, I think it is. And when it talks about it explains Benjamin, the tribe of Benjamin. Very, very accurate description um, for us, because the way we carry on out in the UK, yeah, it is there, isn't it? Yeah, man. The way the way we
Con,
carry the way we
con.
carry on.
Anybody else want to come up in the audience? Continue this, continue the conversation. Anybody want to come up? They can come up. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, Khan, guess what I was saying? Salakia. Even the explanation of Benjamin in the scriptures, it talks about how we would raven like a wolf and divide the spoils. The way we carry on sometimes out in the UK is very, very similar. Very, very similar. We're always trying to lick and move, and people come over and just don't get treated right. Well, Jagged Edge comes to Brum one time. DJ gets robbed. Foxy Brown comes to Brum one time. Here's a DJ got robbed. Don't want to come out. You understand? The game come over. Johnny's moved to him. Right. The way we carry on over here, very similar to that Genesis 49 still. So that's an accurate description for Benjamin still.
Yeah, I heard about that jagged edge. The funny thing about it, they said I'm getting robbed by them, and they speak so proper.
Yeah, man. You have to watch yourself in Birmingham, you know. You have to watch yourself in Brumtown. But when you come over, I look after you, man. I look after you, man. Don't worry.
But you see, you know, it's the ironic thing, man. And me being a born and bred Burman, if they was to come over here with that same attitude and be as hardcore as they want to be, they would not survive, bro. I'm talking from experience. They're not gonna survive because you know over there they don't have the much guns and stuff like that. So there's a little bit of lawlessness, right? But over here they clamp down, man. They ain't playing that game over here, especially if you're in a hold your ground state. They're not doing none of that, bro. That proper language is the only thing they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, I would say that they would adapt, to be fair. Because they're only playing the game by the rules that they're allowed to play. If they were to then, if you was to get them and put them into the US, I think they'll just adapt, to be honest, brother. And they will just play the rules that are set there. So
Yeah.
some of them are certified still. Like I'll give it to them, they are certified. Like even though we was, you can't have this and that in UK, but all the toys that you got over there, we've probably got over here still. I ain't gonna front still.
You know what it is? I mean, yeah, the toys is getting around, right? I've been on about that, regardless of price. But I'm gonna tell you, it's a different environment over here. All right, and I tell you, that police brutality is a whole different world over here. You don't want to play with it, bro. It's not like over there. I promise you. The civilness when you in the system over here, the belly of the beast, man, you barely a number. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's the same over there, but it's a different world over here. I feel like anybody gets a rude awakening over here, they ain't gonna really mess with it too hard.
Can't argue with that still.
So anybody want to come up from the audience, you could come up now and speak on what your experience is. Shalom, sis. Shalom. You want to add to the conversation or speak on the topic?
Shalom, I'm going to listen in for a little while because I
Yeah.
just chimed in. But the topic is deep. I'm from Newark, New Jersey, and there's a lot going on. But I'm going to listen in for a while and then I'll chime in.
Oh, you from Brooklyn
Jersey, Newark.
or Jersey?
Yeah,
Oh,
she from
Newark.
Newark.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
hmm
Newark, right? That old murder capital.
It's heavy.
Okay, no murder capital.
But nonetheless, this is the capital of love because I'm here.
You already?
But yeah, it's rough. It's really rough.
Shalom, brother. You want to add to the topic? Is that a brother
Yeah,
or?
I
Okay,
see
go
you
ahead.
said is gang banging part of the black culture? Yes, it is. And it's not a part because by choice. Well, it's not a part because we chose it. It's a part because they created a division. It's a tool. You know what I'm saying, to separate and divide us. You know, because all these gangs just represent tribes, different tribes. You know what I mean, stuff like that. You can look at it like that. But now that they, into violence and drugs and promoting the lower self, now it's popularized. And who controls the media? The Jewish. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if y'all hear me, but they don't want us to know the truth. Because anytime somebody speaks the truth, they shut them down. So what they popularized: violence, sex, drugs. You know what I mean? Being a good American, being a good citizen. You know what I mean? Or by now, then you got the vaccination thing separating it. So it's a tool to, what I mean, separate and divide. And it's a part of the culture now because, the youth is the culture. You know what I mean? And that's what they all, what I mean, gravitating to is the gang stuff, violence and all that stuff. This is what they like. Why they got like that? Because what? The drugs. Now the drugs, I mean, our people went from sniffing and sniffing it and smoking it to now they just put it in a pill. The young boys, I mean, they look at it like you sniffing stuff, you look bad, but you could do a pill and pop it and you cool. But if somebody sniffing, you like, oh, you sniffing that shit, like it ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? So they put it in the pill form, and now everybody do that. So that's promoting. That's dope. So if you ask somebody to do dope, nah, you took a perk, yeah, you did dope, synthetic or not, you did it. You know what I'm saying? So it's all part of this system, man. It's just everything is they took the lower self and have everybody praise that instead of just, you know what I mean, caring about the higher self. You know what I mean, the higher self is light, it's good things, and people don't really want good. They just want to be content. They want to be satisfied with what they have and live without any outside interruptions and anything like that. And just continue on, you know what I mean, paying taxes and working and stuff like that because that's the normal for them. And usually anybody they talk to in their circle, you know what I mean, this is what they do. They go to work and stuff like that. I always said, man, I don't want to just grow up and that be my life, my legacy, like work, pay bills and save money and gotta go and take a vacation, pay bills, you know what I'm saying? Nah, because it gotta be more than that. It has to be more than that. And it's that gang stuff. I was a gang banger myself. You know what I'm saying? I brought a gang out here from Cali all the way out here to Jersey. You know what I'm saying? With the help of others, but they know that, you know what I mean, I'm more into, you know what I mean, my spirituality and my nationality rather than, you know what I mean, hurting each other and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I already done that part. You know what I mean? I can't say I haven't. And it's definitely a part of the culture and it's sad that, it's being promoted. You know what I mean? You got people like Snoop Dogg and, you know, other artists that's, you know what I mean, highly praised and they call him their gang. I mean, he Crip, he Blood, he this, he that, So, you know what I mean?
and then this is what being promoted, so it never stopped. When I land my plane.
Yeah, it also depends on where we at, cause where I'm at, like snorting Tony, in essence, or like that's popular. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm at, like we
Yeah,
really, you know what I mean? 10 years ago, where I'm at, like you look at like a graduate snort, but now it's in the bills and snoring too.
I think the arc is breaking up. I think he was in the
it's
Matrix.
Which me?
it's all bad. You know what I mean?
Would you say?
I
I
think you
said
went into the
snorting him.
Matrix.
Oh yeah.
Would you
Oh yeah,
say?
yeah, yeah. They crushing up the pills and snorting them too. Not only the cocaine, but
Damn.
the perk 30s and stuff.
All that shit's dope, man. All that's dope. Straight up. You know what I mean? All that's dope. And we got a taster. Now, what the rappers say, well, now I pop a perk and have good sex. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, they used to do a bag of dope and have good sex. You know what I'm saying? So it's just changed with the times. Things change with the time. People said yesterday don't count, or what happened 100,000, 100 years ago, or 200 years ago don't matter. But what happened yesterday counts for today, and what's happening today is going to count for the future, for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So if it don't change to, I mean, we got to start changing today. And people can say, "Oh, I can't change it." You know where the change start? The change start. The change start when you start thinking it. I mean, that's the seed. When you start thinking it, you know what I'm saying? Because if you look what's going on, all this is going on because of people our age. I'm in my 30s and stuff. We used to watch TV shows and stuff like that, and it got us thinking about certain stuff. So now time goes on and it manifests. Look everything that manifests that was on TV before. This is part of the system. This is a part of their matrix. You know what I'm saying? They know this stuff. So what they got us thinking now, and what our children watch, it's going to manifest later. You know what I'm saying? This CRT, or the race thing they teaching in school, it's going to manifest later. You know what I mean? That's to keep our children believing that they still come from slaves, and they still, you know what I'm saying, got slave blood and all this stuff. No, we was prisoners of war. You know what I'm saying? Because even Stevie Wonder, he got a whole song telling you misrepresented people. I don't know if anyone ever heard of it, but it's a song called "Misrepresented People." Everybody,
Right. They wanna teach critical race theory, but don't want to teach that. You know what I'm saying? The Byzantine Empire, the so-called Dark Ages was our empire, or Timbuktu and Mali, and what I'm saying, even King David, King Solomon. They don't want to teach that, but they want to teach the critical race theory. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to have in our people mentality a ruling class mentality. They don't want to teach that. You know what I'm saying? That we could rule. They want us to believe that we was always slaves. And the critical race theory, certain Caucasians are hiding from the sins of their fathers, so they don't want that being taught. But also, we got to see why they want to push that critical race theory on us, because they do want to keep us in a slave mentality, and they do want to keep us in a docile mentality, and they do want us to continue to just destroy each other instead of the real oppressor, right? Let me read this. This is Ephesians 6:12, right? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Right? Like brother said, the Jewish people, the synagogue of Satan, they work their Kabbalah, witchcraft, they work it through the films, they work it through the music, any type of influence they can have over our people. They're in the background like puppet masters, man. And our people just don't get it. But I also like to tell our people, like, say if the Asians had like a music genre, know how weird it would look if a bunch of niggas wanted to be the record executives. Let's say if the Caucasians had a music genre. Do you know how weird it would look if a bunch of Arabs wanted to be their marketing executives and music executives? Why is it that our genre of music, hip hop, and our culture, hip hop, has a bunch of Jewish people in the office making executive decisions for our culture? It don't make no sense. So our people have to come to a realization and really get back to that ruling class mentality, and I yield.
If I can add to that, brother Shaw part, I think that that got a lot to do with we just as a people we don't look at ownership as a is the end thing to do. Like I think if we were taught young that it was power in ownership and it was wealth in ownership, that we would look at everything from this lens of ownership. So when if you go from young and your mother send you to that Chinese corner store every day to get milk, in your mind that's where you go to get your food is from that Chinese man. But if she was taking you to a black owned store, it would instill in that child's mind that, oh, one day I can own a store like this. So like I think we just not grown from the lens of ownership. I think that's like a big flaw that we have. Even though it's set up like that systematically, but with a lot of people, I try to, especially the youth, I try to mentor. I always get them into like they credit and stuff like that. Because if we always talk about the gang stuff or the trife they're going, but like some of the stuff also we got to reach them before they get to that stage. Like if they see examples of our people living a life that looks just like what they see a rapper live, or it's my dentist wears a Rolex. He's not a rapper, so I think we just don't see ownership as a value from youth. So we don't see anything of as far as ownership as we become adults.
Kind ownership is very important, man. But we don't even own our nationality, so we definitely got a long way to go. We got some building to do. With all praises to the Most High God, we do got brothers waking up. You know what I'm saying? Brothers becoming more conscious of what they're doing. Brothers becoming more spiritual. And even though the younger generation, and it seems like there's no hope, man, but I do see brothers, you know what I'm saying, young brothers that's waking up, man. We got young brothers that's part of the camp. We got young brothers like, brothers for WFI. You know what I'm saying? We got young brothers waking up too, but us as older men, we do still got to be that walking example. God?
Kind
Shalom, brothers. I'd like to add to the conversation if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, King.
Um, I believe that gang culture with us, I think somebody spoke about it earlier. A lot of people want to fit in. A lot of it started, long ago, just trying to protect our neighborhoods. Um, and like another brother stated earlier, a lot of the gang culture started with the Europeans. Um, and okay, I work in law enforcement. Started, patrol, SWAT. Now I do missing and exploited children. Um, and I will say yes.
in law enforcement. I do see it as I can see it as being a gang, and I say that with certain individuals. With me being, an Israelite brother, I'm I've been doing this a long time, man. I still feel like from the outside looking in, I'm still the enemy. I don't trust Esau as far as I can throw him. I work with a lot of them. I still don't trust them. Um, you know, um, I'm still in this field because I do miss and exploited children. But we do have a lot of our brothers and sisters that are missing. So I just feel like that's part of what I can do to help, because nobody's gonna look out for our missing children except for, I don't think anybody's gonna take that serious except for us. Because it's just another statistic. But you get a little white girl that's missing, it's an Amber Alert. You get the FBI, you get ATF, you get whomever, all the powers that be to look for this one little white girl. But you may get 5,000 black girls missing in one day, and it never makes the news. But let me get back on my point there. But being with the Europeans, it's overlooked, and I see this being in law enforcement, man. For example, Mississippi by itself has about 50. I'm have to fact check it, but it's between 53 to 58 documented gangs by itself. That's just the state of Mississippi, and these are white European gangs. These gangs are always they're overlooked. Nobody pays attention to it. I'm in Alabama, man. We got tons of religious gangs here, but they do more dirt than what our people do. But you never hear about it. I went on a raid a couple of years back on a compound they had here, and man, we seized military style weapons. You name it, they had it. Stockpile of money, drugs, sex trafficking, and not sex trafficking their people. They're sex trafficking our young girls. Um, go back to domestic terrorism. Um, you don't see us doing domestic terrorism. It's always going to be white people. Um, and those numbers are constantly going up. And they're gang. It's a gang. They may not want to see it. There's a gang with Trumpers in office. You had all these anti-white individuals. You had all these white individuals that were pro-Trump. All those were gangs. But they don't want to label it as a gang. It's say, oh, it's domestic terrorism. But anytime it comes to our people, I mean, they'll point out Chicago on a daily basis. Um, they use us as a scapegoat for a lot of the gangs. Yes, we do have a lot of gang members. 80% of white people that are killed by white people. You don't hear those statistics. You don't hear those numbers. I just kind of want to add that into it.
I'm sitting at the plaza right now, man, with a Judite sitting in a car with an Edomite woman, and he's claiming that she's good.
Shalakia, Shalakia. My question for the brother that was just speaking, he was talking about the sex trafficking. You said that they were sex trafficking most of women of color.
Yes, majority of it is women of color or Issachar. Majority of them we find are sisters of color. Sad thing about that though is you know Esau got the money, but we have Jakes that work for these individuals, and we have sisters. Believe it or not, we have a lot of women. We have a lot of our sisters that are recruiting and are going out and finding young girls to help adult, to kidnap and put into this sex trade. I didn't realize we have so many women that are involved in that. But yeah, majority of the ones that let me see, when was this? 3 months ago in Georgia, that we rescued 30, about 38 victims, all black girls that's been missing anywhere
Con,
from California, from Virginia. Um, yeah, and these are all our young girls.
See, our sisters really trust Esau, and they don't know they putting themselves at risk with that trust. And
Hmm.
it's so easy to grab our sisters, you know, and then they, I try to tell them. I
I mean,
appreciate
it's I
that.
mean, I mean it's real. I actually just got back from coming from one of the schools up here in Alabama, doing a class for young girls. It's called RAD, Rape Aggression Defense. So I was speaking to some of the youngsters because people are clueless to this stuff, man. I mean, man. So I got into this, man. I'm still learning stuff. I mean, I know a lot about the streets, but when it came to this sex trafficking thing, kidnapping thing, man, it's so. I mean, for example, like if you got a man, I mean, this can go for brothers too. You got men, boys that are being kidnapped. I mean, they so slick by the way they do it, but our sisters are naive to it. One girl we ended up finding, she said that she was out shopping with her girlfriends, and they all had their own car. So she went back to her car, and she noticed there was something tied to her. It was a trash bag that looked like it was wrapped around a muffler. And she noticed it was a van right behind her, but she didn't pay it no mind. So she down there trying to unwrap the unwrap the plastic bag from around her exhaust. And next thing she knew, somebody grabbed her. She remember waking up in the back of a van. That's all she remembered. So they trap them like that. I mean, um, man, sisters are so cold with it. They follow girls around like Walmart, Target, whatever. And they put a little conversation on, and they may have a chemical agent on a card or like, hey girl, smell this perfume. Tell me what you think. I know I sell perfume or whatever. Sister smell it. Next thing you know, a couple of minutes later, she dazed and confused, and you got a couple of brothers carrying her on out of the carrying her out. I mean, they so slick with it, and it's a market for it. And it goes back to gangs, man. It's these white gangs, man. That's how they make their money. Actually, it's a brother that got, um, trying not to cuss, but he got his ass kicked. He followed this little girl home, trying to follow a girl. The little sister, peep game to it. So she's going through her neighborhood and she's trying to get away from the dude. Dude following her. So she running to the house and she telling her, it's one of the neighborhoods. Everybody watch out for each other. Like we should look out for each other. And she's like, man, this dude over here following me. And dude got out of his car, man, tried to follow the little girl. So the brothers in the hood ended up grabbing him. They stumped his ass, man. They stumped him and held him down till the police got there. Got there, ended up arresting him, impounding his vehicle. Had to get a warrant to search the vehicle for inventory. Ended up finding a notebook up in the car. It was a spiral notebook that had the prices of girls. If you can get a light skinned black girl between the ages of 6 to 10, that's like he'll get like $75,000 for her. It was like $50,000 for her if she's between the age of 15 to 18. The body style. Um, Man, he can get anywhere from 25,000 to 10,000. So he had a list of prices for these girls, but this whole time he sat there, he denied it all, but he had, the proof was in the trunk of the car what he had. I mean, he was going out getting these little girls, man. I think he ended up finally confessing. They put him in population. I think some brothers found out who he was, and it ended up too nice for him, so he ended up, trying to do a little plea deal to get out. But turned out to be a white dude behind it all. But so, it's real. It's a market. It's real. And I get a lot of slack from brothers because I am law enforcement. But like I said, I do what I do in this capacity because ain't nobody gonna watch out for our sisters, for our young brothers and sisters. Cause we miss them, man. They ship them. They ship them to Mexico. They ship them to. I haven't been to the Middle East yet, but I was told that they been kidnapping sisters from here. And you don't find them when they're gone. It's hard to locate them. But I was told by a source that probably 30% of our sisters that are missing here, the Arabs got them over in Saudi, sex trafficking them.
What's the age groups like mainly you be seeing?
Anywhere from 6 to 16. They really want the young ones. 6 to 16. We ended up now. When I first got into this, man, I didn't know if I was gonna be able to do it or not. My first case, I mean, I remember it vividly. Um, I don't want to say exactly where I'm at, 'cause, I know how they monitor this stuff, but yeah, I'll say in Alabama, but we ended up getting a call. You remember those pods that people can rent to put their belongings in before they move. We got a tip that there was a pod out in the middle of the woods. It had been sitting there, and this guy said he'd been seeing some people come in and out of it and putting a lock on it, which he thought was weird. So locals went out there. It wasn't on anybody's property for say, so they ended up breaking the lock on it, man. Found two little girls in there, man. I think one was 12, the other one may have been 9, and somebody was pawning them off, you know, um, for for sex. So people going out in
Was
the
it
woods, man,
black
taking,
girls or black
yeah,
girls or white girls?
yeah, little black girls, man, little black girls. And at that time, was man, that's when it really hit me. I was like, man, I don't know if I can do this job and not keep my composure, because I got a little girl, because they say you got to separate your personal life from doing this job. And at that point, man, it was like that point, like, man, I don't know if I can do it, But if I didn't do it, well, nobody else gonna do it. Nobody wants to step up to the plate to do it. So I was the only one, the first one to do it out in this area. Yeah, I mean it's real. If I tell brothers, man, watch your kids, teach your kids, because it's real. I didn't think it was this real for real until I got into this.
Yeah, it's sick. Like the top guys out where I'm at, they can make anywhere from like $100,000 a month out here
Mm.
off that foolishness. You see what I'm saying? And then be the kids. Like I'm active in my community. Like we just helped this mother get her daughter back from this from an older lesbian that that's doing that with young girls. And how she gets them is her being a lesbian. How she gets them like romantically involved with her. You see what I'm saying? And then from there, you know, she gets them on drugs and stuff like that, and she starts to pimp them out. You know, and we just helped the mother get her daughter back from this particular sister. Maybe like what was that, 6 months ago?
Yeah, it's like you said, man. Like I said, when I got into it, I had no idea how involved other females were in this. I mean, for me, I guess it was like, cause hey, I'm feeling like, hey, they were females, so they know what it'd be like. So no, I ain't gonna get into that. But no, man, it's like a complete opposite. Man,
It's dark, bro.
I've
It's
seen so
dark.
much, man. I got so many stories. It's crazy. It's just it's and that's how that the world is coming, man. Our Savior is coming. But oh yeah, back to the gang thing. But like, so I was talking to this guy with the White Christian Knights about their gang, and all these gang members always say the same thing, man. And they, you know what was crazy? We think they don't know the scriptures, man. They know the scriptures, and they'll tell you that the scripture says that there's going to be there's going to be nation against nation, and they'll tell you nation means nation means going to be a race war, and so that's why they're recruiting so many gang members. They know we got our gangs, but our gangs don't outnumber their gangs like I thought they did, man. But then they know this. They know in the back of their head it's gonna be a race war coming. Because I had one even tell me, he was like, man, for what we did to y'all, he said, man, my great granddad and them, they were all, they had slaves, plantations, and all that stuff. And he was like, man, I can't lie and say that I'm not happy that I'm white. He said anybody alive today that say they not happy to be white, they're a damn lie. And he said, I say that because, man, we get everything. He was like, man, if there's a crime going on, they're looking at y'all. He said, goes back to slavery. He said, man, you go to a store, y'all the ones that's picked on, we get favor. But he said, I know at the end we finna catch hell for that. He said, so I'm trying to live it up now. And I was like, man, these white dudes be knowing, man, Esau knows, they know the scripture. We think they don't. They know the scripture. They know who we are. But and for me talking to them, their intellect is, okay, yeah, we know y'all guys chosen people. If we have this race war, we can still beat y'all. But that's not how, we know that's not how it's going to play out, though.
Con, it's not gonna play out that way.
I think everybody in this room got a certain amount of hatred, and they share the same pain over everything you're talking about, and they got their own experiences. I think if you kick off, uh, I think everybody in this room, all my Akims in the room, pretty much we can't talk about it, but we all know when that day comes, we're gonna be on the same page.
We
Yeah, and that's real talk. I mean, because, like, I do a lot of firearms training. And, man, I go to some of these ranges and go to some of these competitions. And he saw, man, they training their kids for this, man. They started their kids. Man, I saw this little girl, she was about 7 years old, won the competition. I mean, shoot anything from a 12 gauge pistol, you name it. She was on it. They started training their kids at a young age. Especially these white supremacist groups, man, they started at a young age. And they kids, they pick up on it. They put their kids in this Brazilian jiu-jitsu stuff, MMA. Um, Before I got into law enforcement in my military career, um, I was kind of forced to go into the military because I did some dirt growing up, and it was kind of one of them things I was forced to go into the military. My MOS was 5326. I was a combat swimmer, so I was a SEAL. I was on Team 3. So I went to do some training with, pretty much this probably like it's maybe three Jakes on the team. Rest of them all Esau. And this is before I came into the truth, man. We used to have to go out to like Alaska, and Esau just, man, that's how I learned how to build a fire, without matches. I learned how to purify my water without a match, without matches. I mean, water. I mean, purify my water. Golly, man, we had to stay out there in the mountains for 7 days, no, 8 days, and all we had to eat. And now I know I was defiling my body now, but they gave us one rabbit, a little small rabbit, and that rabbit was yours, and you survived off that rabbit for all that time while you were up there. And Esau, man, for them, it was just natural. It was easy. I mean, I'm like, man, I gotta do this and do that. Man, they digging up worms, eating certain leaves out there, and that's how I learned because they know how to survive. You know, it's crazy, but because they're preparing themselves, they're preparing their children, they're preparing their families, their wives, they're preparing their people for this. But again, like we already know, as much as they want to, they're not gonna prevail.
So they preparing for the prophecy in the scriptures, or you think, or they just naturally doing it?
I think many of them. I talked to so many different ones. A few I talked to, they're doing it because of the scriptures. Now I meet these other ones. They say they know this race war is coming. This big race war is coming. Doing this race war comes, that's not going to be in the government. They're going to take over the government, and it's going to be them trying to eliminate us so they can keep this land for themselves, or put us back in chattel slavery.
We already in chattel
So
slavery.
what are the people of color that's working with the government and working with SWAT and all that? What, like being of color, being Israel, how does that, like, are they prepared to stick together, or are they gonna be kicked out of the forces? What's gonna happen with them?
Come out as brothers and sisters.
The brothers and sisters that's with the government that get that paycheck, y'all got guns and badges. What's gonna happen to y'all?
we're gonna be put out. We're gonna be the first ones to be the first ones to. They're gonna try to lock up and cage
Hey,
up.
y'all, mute up. Mute up, y'all.
Yeah, we're gonna be the first ones they're gonna try to cage up. But sadly to say, I mean, one good thing that I've met a lot of brothers that are in the truth now, that are in law enforcement. But then, man, I'll say probably 60% of 70% of brothers and sisters that I run into, they don't know we Israel. They married to the other nations. They cater to the other nations. A lot of them look at us as if like they know they can tell which one of us know who we are, and they don't affiliate with us. So it's like when I was in the military. Um, I had I did my last deployment, and it's just got to the point to where I'm with a whole lot of trained brothers. Well, I ain't gonna talk few trained brothers, but we're outnumbered by Esau. They got these guns, so at the end of the day, I know a lot of these races they send their kids to the military, man. Specifically to learn how to use weapons and train and stuff like that. So I still always have to feel like, hey, man, do I have to watch? I have to watch my back. I still feel like that today, and before I got into this field of law enforcement, I'm out there with all these guys with SWAT. I'm on patrol. I know I got fired from my first job because I went to a neighborhood, and law enforcement, white guy, we're in the projects, violating the brother's Fourth Amendment rights, put his hands on him, and just me being who I was, this even before I came into the truth, I wasn't letting that go down. So next thing I know, I'm in the sergeant's office, why'd you do this? And I'm like, hey, man, he violated the Fourth Amendment right. Plus, he put his hands on him, but then it justified. And I'm not fit to go to prison for sitting here standing by and watching it. So, me and him got into it. After let old dude go, me and him got into it. It was fit to get physical. So, of course, I got that call to go down to the office. So, I didn't last very long at that agency. So, then that's when I went to HBCU and started policing the HBCU for a few years until I made it doing what I'm doing now.
All praises. I appreciate you sharing this. Like we don't know what it's like because we on the other side at the bottom, so we don't know if we know the word getting out to the black police and the black cops. Because when I'm out in the street, we specifically talking to them too. Everybody can get the word when we out there. We don't care if you got a badge on, a security, or a politician. You gonna get the word. So if you are people, but
Yeah,
I
and that's how
appreciate this, bro.
that's how I first got the word though, man. I was when I worked inside the jail, it was a brother that was locked up for um past due child support. He was trying to catch up on his child support and stuff, and it was on the Sabbath day. And I was still at that time I was still deeply rooted in Christianity. You couldn't tell me nothing about the Bible, you know. And it turned out to be I didn't know anything. So the brother's in his, he in his cell, he's in the scriptures, and I'm like, man, come on out the cell, man. Come on and play some cardio exercise. Get out the cell. He's like, man, I'm not coming out, man. It's the Sabbath day. He said, I'll be out later. And I'm laughing at it. I'm like, man, this ain't no damn Sabbath day. What you talking about? Sabbath day Sunday. And they opened that door. They opened Pandora's box right there. So we're going back and forth over the had a little intercom in between us. We're going back and forth. He's like, you got a Bible back there? I got a Bible back here. So he started hitting me with scriptures, and I'm like, but the first thing that opened my eyes, we talk about the fat Sabbath day, he went to the scripture, showed me that, but then when he hit me with Deuteronomy 28, man, I got quiet for a second there, man. I'm like, wait, hold on. He on something. And he's like, Jesus was black. And at that time, I'm still pretty much worshiping Caesar Borgia. I'm like, because I didn't know. You know, all I knew I would go to church on Sundays and and my ex-wife at the time was paying my tithes, spending up my money. But so brothers started hitting me with them scriptures like for 2 days, man. And after that, I mean, I got on YouTube and started finding different camps on there, and there's one brother I don't see him on there anymore. He had those videos out on YouTube called like the Bible Deception, the Rapture Deception. port deception, all that stuff. I started following him a little bit, learning some stuff. And I'm like, man, brother, telling me the truth. So that's how I came in. I came into the truth, and I started meeting other police, other brothers that's cops that started coming that was in the truth, And then that's how they like, they started teaching me, hey, man, you got to be circumspect in some areas because you don't want to get caught up. You got a family to take care of, and I just learned, but brothers are picking up with it over here in Alabama that are in law enforcement. Um, I still don't trust my chief as much as my sheriff. He saw, but he know the scriptures too. So I have to, cause most of you guys in law enforcement got to be clean cut. So I just want to know one day to talk to him. I'm like, hey, man, I can't be clean cut. He was like, why? I said, man, it's against my. I hate to use the word religion, but that's the only way I can convey it over to him. Like, it's against my religion. He's like, what you mean? I said, I can't. So I took him to the book of Leviticus, showed him Leviticus, and I was like, hey, I got to start wearing fringes too, if you don't mind. And he's like, I'll let you do the beard, but with the fringes, so you're gonna have to wear them under your uniform, under your vest, unless you in plain clothes. And he said, I don't mind. So then, now I get every Sabbath off too. So he didn't want to get into that. My brother's an attorney, so they know who my brother is, so they didn't want to get into that religious can't take the terminology I'm using, but they didn't want to get into religious battle over my job. So they've been cool with it. So all praise to the Most High. I'm still learning. I'm still new
Yeah,
in the
be
truth. I'm
wise as
still
a
learning. I'm
serpent.
still
Be
learning.
wise as a serpent.
Hey, Salakia, y'all. I'm about to shut the room down. So, anybody else got anything to say before this room closes?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm very impressed, and I don't know how to say this. I got stuck. I just turned on this room, and I got stuck all day. This is so amazing and new information to me. I am so shocked. I hear of a lot of young black women and being missing, but now I understand why. This has really, really, really opened my eyes. And I thought I was working in the community, but totally without the full understanding. I thank the brother for sharing this information. This has been the best clubhouse room, the most informative, enlightened that I've ever seen. But it's very frightening and shocking because it's so much evil. And you see, when it's our children are targeted, it's really, really, and then our own people just for money. But I think the churches have pushed this. Money, prosperity so widely until if we got the churches telling us we need money, 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 money all over the right spirituality of what God really means, where do we go from there? Because I'm not in the church. My son is into the Hebrew Israelites, and so am I. But I thank you, brother. You have really, really, really opened my eyes. I was just shocked. And so I'll be spreading the word to my family and people that I know. Thank you very much, and thank you for this clubhouse, and thank you for the topic and this sharing. I thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
And brothers, I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I know I kind of got off subject just slightly, but I'm enjoying this immensely. I just found out about Clubhouse about 3 weeks ago. I had COVID, stuck upstairs in a room, and nothing by accident. I found the room and hear some others talking about it on YouTube, and when I'm at work working, this keeps me focused, keeps my mind going. So I really appreciate you guys letting me speak.
All praises. Glad you brought that out. We still
Anytime you
I'm
guys
still
have
kind
any
of
biblical
shocked. Like I'm
questions or
still
anything,
thinking about stuff, and I'm kind of mesmerized at the same time. Like, did he just tell me this? Gave me this information, and it's still sinking in.
yeah, anytime you guys have any questions, want to talk about stuff on the other side of that spectrum, I'm always here. So I've had some experiences. I mean, I came from the projects. I mean, I was a statistic. I shouldn't have made it, but hey, I'm here. Most High
So
had a
when we talking about gang banging, we talking about the gang banging, or y'all gonna change the room? What y'all gonna do?
Nah, we're shutting the room down. We're gonna shut the room down. There are some other rooms open right now, but we shutting the kosher breakfast down for the day, like Shaw Paul just said. Shaw Paul, did you have anything else to bring out? Also, if you're in the audience, you got something to bring out real quick. Got a couple of minutes. Raise your hands. We'll bring you up to the stage. But we're gonna be shutting the room down.
I just want to say thank y'all for having this build. Seeing that topic, I had to hop in this room. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the world that I came out of, so praise to the Most High.
Khan. Hey, Tawada for everybody for your input, for the build. We really appreciate it. All right. We're going to go ahead and shut the room down. All praises to the Most High. Great room, great build. Remember Israel, keep enduring. All right. Endure to the end. Kumya Allah. Remember, we got next. All right. Until the next one. Shalom, Israel. Shalom.
Shalom, King.
Shalom, shalom.
So,
Barakatah Yasha Allah, Barakatah Yasha Allah, Kwam Yasha Allah. Shalom.
Shalom.